How's everybody doing? All right. So I want to welcome you to our building, the Commonwealth Club World Affairs building. For over a century, we have been bringing people together from all different perspectives and from different walks of life to talk, okay? And so that's why we're here, right? It's connecting, and that's why we were partnering with the Asian American Fund, okay? We're bringing the same spirit of connection and community to deal with one of the most urgent issues and challenges that we have for our youth, and that's mental health of AAPI youth. So I thank you all for being here, okay? Please give yourselves an applause, a hand, okay? So mental health is a personal issue for all of us, right? How many of you have anxiety right now about the state of the world? Raise your hands, right? So you know how you feel. And can you imagine what our kids are feeling like with their adolescent brains and everything going? I have an 18-year-old and a 21-year-old, by the way, okay? So I've experienced firsthand the last few years, especially over COVID. So for me, it's not only personal, it's more than personal, it's a civic duty. It's a civic responsibility we have. And together, Commonwealth Club World Affairs and the Asian American Fund, we share this shared responsibility about cross communities, institutions, and systems. So with that, I thank you for being here. I thank you for being open to whatever is going to happen, for you to be connecting with people, for learning, and most importantly, acting, because this is what we're here for. And with that, I want to introduce my very good friend, Norman Chen, the president of the Asian American Fund. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Philip. I'm delighted to be here. Nothing could make me happier than to see so many friends and new faces in the room, out there packed together like at a nightclub, and then eating great Asian American food for breakfast. You know, the one thing you can be guaranteed about at TAF is we always have good Asian food. So a big round of applause, everybody, thank you for coming. It's such a gathering of people just outside who are physicians, people who are medical care practitioners, people who are community leaders, people who are working from other nonprofit organizations, school districts, political leaders, data visualization experts, other friends who are here. Thank you for coming. One of the superpowers that TAF has is to bring together people from all different walks of life to work on the most important AAPI issues for our community, issues like racism, representation, and resources. But underneath all that is mental health and physical health. And so thank you all for being here. Philip spoke eloquently about how this is a shared issue for our community, but it's also a very personal issue. I have a 22-year-old and 24-year-old, and so we've been through a lot of those experiences ourselves personally. We're coming together around the theme, Sparking Solutions Together. Throughout the day, you'll hear about the powerful ways people are making a difference in the mental health and well-being of AAPI youth. When I joined AAPI, I knew youth mental health needed to be a priority. As a parent, I saw firsthand how rising anti-Asian hate and the isolation brought on by the pandemic impacted our young people. That's why TAF invests heavily in data, to better understand what our community truly needs and to inform real solutions. Our board loves data. Together with a group of notable academic advisors, many of whom are here, we released one of the most comprehensive national studies on the mental health of AAPI youth, which you've seen some copies outside called Beyond the Surface. We commissioned this study because mental health is one of the largest and most stigmatized issues in our community. According to the latest CDC data, which you all know, suicide is the leading cause of death among AAPI youths, age 15 to 24. About one life per day is lost, and that's obviously one life too many. But despite these sobering statistics, we found a lack of data on AAPI youth mental health, and at the same time, AAPI youth are often left out of broader discussions of youth mental health. We know in California incidents where there was funding for youth mental health, but not sufficient funding for AAPI youth mental health, which is such a travesty. Our report sheds light on some of the specific challenges facing our youth, and some of these findings really hit home. In our findings, 3 in 10 AA-NHPI youth report having planned or attempted suicide in their lifetime. This rate of suicide ideation in our study is higher than the ones found in many other studies. The top stressor that AAPI youth feel is pressure from themselves and their families to succeed. and also the shame of not meeting those expectations, which was really concerning. While just over half of the young people surveyed say they felt comfortable talking to their parents about mental health issues, the top barrier to speaking to parents was a feeling of not wanting to burden them, which is very prevalent. And even under stress themselves, the youth in our community don't want to add to the pressures they feel their parents are already under. But we also identified opportunities and pathways to change as well. Family and friends play a critical role in conversations about mental health. Parents indicated that they are concerned about mental health, and 61% of AAPI youth feel they can turn to friends for mental health support. These are openings for us to build on existing support systems. After TAF released this report, we received so much feedback from folks, many here, that had questions about what can be done. Others thanked us for highlighting the issue and shared with us the important work they're doing to support AAPI youth mental health. Today's event is intended to create space for a broader community conversation, not just limited to specific organizations or individuals, because we know this issue requires all of us to work together. We crafted a program with the goal to spark ideas, conversations, and collaboration, and help us move from better understanding the problem to activating partnerships that can create positive change. In addition to powerful panel discussions, we'll hear from 7 inspiring voices in our community spotlight section. We will have interactive breakthrough labs where you can experience firsthand some of the community solutions, engage with others today. We want to hear your voices. Please contribute to our community wall, which you saw earlier, outside this room, and thanks to our wonderful sponsor, Pinterest, for organizing that. We'll also ask for your feedback via live polling later today. We all have a role to play, and today is a step towards figuring out how we can better show up for AAPI youth, individually and collectively. Thank you for being here and being part of the change we want to see. Now I'd like you to join me in welcoming one of TAF's esteemed board members from Boston, Dr. Ruchika Fernanda-Pule.
So thank you, Norman, and it's wonderful to be here. And thank you all for coming and spending the day with us. As Norm said, I'm a proud member of the TAF board. Let me start with a little personal background. So I was born in a place called Sri Lanka, a little island near India. And we immigrated to this country when I was about 2 years old. My father came because he was a physician in Sri Lanka and actually wanted to become a child psychiatrist. And there was really no opportunity to do that in our home country. It was supposed to be here for 3 or 4 years for training and ended up being over 50 so far. About 28 years ago, I married a wonderful woman, Maria, who is from South Korea. She moved with her family when she was about 9. And we have three young women. We have 3 daughters. They call themselves affectionately Swirl Kids. They are ages 27, 24, and 22. So this issue is very personal to me. I became a physician as well, a primary care doctor. About 20 years ago, I realized that the way we did primary care was fundamentally broken and that we actually needed to fix it. And so started efforts to build new models of care based on relationships and not transactions. And over time, we ended up building it into a chain of practices. We ended up merging with a company called One Medical, who ironically is located a few blocks away from here on Embarcadero. And then we sold the combined thing to Amazon. I believe we're at a similar moment now for mental health, right? We know that our mental health system is not serving us. It's not serving our children, and in particularly among Asian American API kids, it's not serving them well. And I think we're at the moment of reimagining, just as we did. And I know many of you are doing that, and understanding what's possible when we challenge the status quo and actually try things, and then try to do them at some scale. So there are now 25 million of us, Asian Americans in the country. We're over 7% of the population. We're the fastest growing racial group in the country, about 35% growth rate. We are more educated than the general population. About half of us have college degrees compared to 33% for the rest of the country. Our average income is 40% higher than the general population. We count among us as Asian Americans 20 U.S. Congress people, 3 U.S. senators. We've co-founded a large number of very iconic companies, particularly from the Bay Area: Yahoo, YouTube, Zoom, NVIDIA, Sun Microsystems, Wayfair, LinkedIn. Indeed, CEOs of 3 of the 4 largest corporations in the world are Asian Americans, right? We should be very proud of this. We have folks in television and movies and literature. But behind all of this success in our community lies a disturbing truth that perhaps maybe because of this success and the expectations that it brings by, that our children are disproportionately suffering. So as I'm sure for many of you, as an Asian American physician, as a father of 3 Asian American kids, as son of a child psychiatrist, the Beyond the Surface report was very, very jarring. So again, according to TAF research, nearly 1 in 2 AAPI youth scored above the threshold for moderate depression. Half of our kids. More than 1 in 4 of those at-risk youth have not sought any professional help. Again, for all the stigma reasons that Norman mentioned. And as you saw, this idea that suicide is the number 1 cause of death among Asian American youth, that's very jarring. So this Beyond the Surface report is a call to action to destigmatize mental health in the AAPI community and connect youth with services. You know, it's true that our mental health system in this country overall is fundamentally broken. And clearly the pandemic, the cultural environment, social media, we can go down the list, expectations, environmental change, et cetera, is toxic. But it's overwhelmingly clear that our kids are disproportionately bearing the brunt of it. We need to acknowledge that our ethnicity, our immigration histories play a role in this, right? We need to recognize our communities also are not a monolith, right? AAPI, there is a reason why we band together, we speak more powerfully together, but we should not forget that we have a lot of subgroups who have their own particular issues, each with backgrounds and specialized needs. So in particular, immigrant and first-generation families often deal with stigma and silence around mental health, resulting in issues being swept under the rug. There are linguistic barriers to many people to getting help. Gender identity, sexual orientation also shapes experiences and may be a particular challenge in many of our communities. And then culturally relevant care is important, addressing external stressors from systemic issues, racial microaggressions, things happen post-pandemic. And I think you all know, TAF was founded back during COVID because of the climate of anti-Asian hate. That got better, and as you all know, it's now getting worse again, right? And I think this is going to make things worse if we don't do something about it. So today is all about exploring culturally relevant community support, looking at what can we do as individuals and as a collective to try and address this. And like with what we did at IORA, I don't think change comes top down, right? Change comes bottom up. The folks at the top will only pay attention when they see us at the bottom up actually making change. And there are many organizations doing great work in the area. And TAF is excited today and over the course of the future to lift up these organizations to help support our youth. And I'm especially excited today to hear from the dedicated professionals who are actually directly serving these populations. Hear about what they're doing right now that works in their community. And our job is to figure out how to learn from these experiences and then learn how to scale them up and to ask what more needs to be done. But so first we're going to dive deeper into the data, into the findings from the Beyond the Surface report and some of the real life experiences that lie beyond the data. At one point I'd written a book and people said, why doesn't the American public act according to data? What happens is the American public actually pays attention to stories. Right? Oprah doesn't show PowerPoints when she has her show. She has someone on the couch next to her. And what's right is you share the story, and then you extrapolate to the data, and then you talk about what you need to do because of it. And I think that's what we'd like to do. So again, thank you very much for coming and spending the day discussing these very important issues. Let me introduce TAF's the Director of Data and Research, Shruti Chandrasekaran, to introduce our first panel. Thank you.
It's the stories and the experiences that bring the data to life. And so we're going to sit down with ANHPI youth and the experts who work with our youth to hear from them firsthand about the challenges, the pressures, and the opportunities. They'll help us understand not just what the data is telling us, but the why. why it matters, and what we can do to help spark the solutions to support our generations. So it's my honor to introduce our panelists. We have Reed Bowman, the Outreach and Program Manager at UCA Waves. We have Quinn Nguyen, one of the first fellows of Tufts' new program, Thriving ANHPI Leadership Accelerator, also known as TALA. Quinn is also a youth advisor at the Stanford Center for Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing. Next, we have Rupesh Shah, Chief Operating Officer at Crisis Text Line, and Ton Vai, clinician with the Samoan Community Development Center. All right. Okay. So let's start with your reflections of Tufts Youth Mental Health Study. What findings resonated most with you, and how do they connect to the experiences you've seen personally or with your work with the ANHPI community? Let's start with Quinn. What stood out for you?
As a second-generation Vietnamese American, I think the statistic that stood out the most to me is that Southeast Asians are the least likely, the least comfortable in approaching their parents and caregivers for support with their mental health. And this number dwindles, is even lower for second-generation youth or youth who speak a different language at home with their families. I think I resonated with a lot of the barriers that was mentioned in the report, this feeling of being a burden or having misaligned values. I understand that a lot of our parents, our families, come from trauma of displacement and war, and so there's this scarcity mindset oftentimes that leads to different priorities. And so sometimes mental health may be dismissed as a non-struggle. So I think it's really important to recognize this nuance that the report also mentioned that parents are more receptive and ready to engage in this conversation than we may like to believe. And so I find that to be very hopeful, while at the same time embracing the fact that to be comfortable enough to approach our families and talk about mental health means to embrace the inevitable discomfort that comes with talking about mental health, as we're still in the important work of destigmatizing.
Yeah, that's beautifully said. I think I love the nuance there. It's not discomfort just for the young people, but I'm sure parents are also experiencing discomfort. And later today, we'll hear more about intergenerational conversations and some tools to help us help parents and children talk to each other more. Thanks. Reed, do you want to say a little bit? I think when we talked, the ANHPI, the findings related to how ANHPI LGBTQ plus respondents, they describe their mental health as good or excellent, but at a much lower rate compared to those who don't identify as LGBTQ. So can you share a little bit about how that reflects or resonates with your lived experiences or with your peers?
Absolutely. Thank you. I think I also definitely want to start by a little bit of a positionality sentiment where I am adopted. I am half Korean, half Caucasian, but I was raised as the only person of color in my large family. And I think that for the longest time, I grew up knowing like, oh, I am Asian, because other people would say, you are Asian. And I would say, sure. And they'd be like, oh my God, do you know Short Round from Indiana Jones? And when I was a kid, I was like, okay, that's not quite it. But I think my experience as an Asian American has felt a bit unique, because without someone in the immediate home or the immediate community to tell me, like, this is what it means to be an Asian American, and it is okay to have these experiences and have these feelings and have this lived experience as an Asian American. And so I felt like a lot of it I kind of figured out through myself, which was good and bad. I guess the bad part was that I kind of learned to just hold everything in and not seek help elsewhere, which kind of relates to, or definitely relates to, the idea of LGBTQ individuals, not just Asian Americans, struggling with this idea of what do I feel good? Do I feel safe? Do I feel okay being here? And I think that certainly stands out.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Rupesh, our study found that 93% of young people, ANHPI, experienced some form of race-based discrimination in the past year. We also talk about how these impact their mental health and the types of microaggressions that they face. So maybe you want to reflect a little bit about what it was like for you when you were growing up, and what is the data you're seeing today at Crisis Text Line?
Yeah.
How does that reflect what our young people are experiencing today?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Great to be here, everyone. I'm just for context. I'm born and raised in the Bay Area, first-generation Indian. More importantly, I'm a dad of two daughters, 19 and 23, growing up in Mountain View, here in the pressure cooker that the gentleman described. And so, the statistic from the report that really scares me as a parent is that the suicide is the highest reason for death among Asian American youth, and I see it in my daughter's experiences, the pressure cooker that they're under, the AP classes and the activities and the grades and all the things that really put additional pressure on them. And I think because I am first generation and I've been through it, I feel like, and my wife is as well, I feel like we gave our kids a little bit of permission to not be in that. But despite that, the environment itself is so intense, and it really engulfed them. You could see just how exhausting that was for them. For me personally, I grew up in Fremont, which in the 80s, and went to Mission San Jose High School, if anyone is from the Bay Area. When I was there, there were 5 Indian kids in my class of 420. And now I think there are probably 5 non-Asian kids in a class of 420. It's a remarkable transition. And, again, this is years ago, and so I'm so glad there is progress, because I'm so glad we're having this meeting. But back then it was really hard. You were carrying the unspoken, but also the spoken burden of your parents having left everything, grown up in villages, left their families 10,000 miles away to come to a new country where they barely spoke the language. There wasn't any food that they could relate to. And then, in high school, of course, being a minority back then was like, of course, I was made fun of. My name was made fun of. The Indiana Jones story is really funny. The Temple of Doom movie came out, and they showed an Indian person eating monkey brains. And that was what people would ask me if that's what I had for dinner. And it actually got worse. On the bus ride home, there was a club that was established, the Human Hindu Haters Club, which people were flipping me off and spitting at me. And so, it was hard. Did I tell my parents? No, of course not. I mean, those inconsequential to the journey that they had. So thankfully, I did have a set of really accepting and loving friends, and that's who I could speak with. And that kind of friendship and ability to listen, to have others to listen, is what's really critical. At Crisis Text Line, 8% of the texters are Asian American, and 70% of them say that they reach out to our service because they have no one else to talk to. So just imagine that for a second. You're going through something, you've got no one else to talk to, and you choose to text an anonymous helpline. So we have to figure out how to be there for our kids, and we have to figure out how to be there for our kids instead of some of the AI chatbots that are dominating some of these moments. There is a little bit of there is some hope. 90% of the folks that use our service report that they are feeling better after using our service. So so we're not the only solution. We're part of a solution, but we need to provide more of those for our kids.
Thank you, Rupesh. Thank you for sharing that really powerful story. It's clear that Indiana Jones has transcended generations, but so has racism and discrimination, right?
Yeah.
So thank you. Joan, when we talked about the study, one of the things you mentioned was about what it was like to see NHPIs being included in the data. And so could you share a little bit about that? Because we did struggle for our qualitative phase to recruit NHPI youth to talk to us about mental health. But then we were able to intentionally oversample for NHPIs in the survey portion of the study. And so we are able to disaggregate the numbers. But as a clinician and from your own personal journey, could you share a little bit about why it's important to disaggregate the data? And also, what are you seeing in terms of the challenges for NHPI youth today?
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, first of all, good morning, everybody. And I wanted to just talk really briefly about being in API spaces and what that feels like for Pacific Islanders, right? And so when we enter API spaces, we're wondering, will we be included in there? Will the resources be distributed towards us, right? And so when I looked at the report, the first thing I'm checking for is I want to see that sample size. I want to see the way this Pacific Islanders are represented in there. I want to see if there are limitations, if there's transparency around how that's acknowledged and recognized in the report, because that then tells us that people are thinking about us. And Rupesh, when you talk about people reaching out to a crisis line because they feel alone, this is really about feeling seen, right? And what it looks like to feel seen across all different levels, from a macro to a micro level. So it matters everywhere we go, right? From reading reports to the kind of spaces that we're in. I know that being here, that I'm going to have to speak on behalf of Pacific Islanders, and I'm only one. Our ocean is very vast, we got a big ass ocean, all right? But I'm happy to be here and really appreciated the transparency in the report and how the data was disaggregated when we needed to when it needed to be throughout the report. And when we talk about data disaggregation, that's also for Asian Americans too. When we think about, hey, that's a huge umbrella, and how many stories are we missing by combining them all together? And so in 2023, the Samoan Community Development Center, we did a community needs assessment on the strengths, challenges, and barriers that NHPI youth in San Francisco are encountering, called Kapasa Fetu, which means star compass in the Tongan language. And I bring that up because I think it's important for us to, in API spaces, to be in solidarity with each other and uplift all the communities within the AAPI umbrella to dive deeper, to go do more research. One of the ways we reframe data in the Kapasa Fetu research was that it's about storytelling, right? And so what are the stories that are available for our communities, and how can we continue to uplift these stories for the world and for the people to know? Yep.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, stories to be told so you can feel seen. All right, so now let's zoom into one of the key findings from our report, which was about the biggest stressors on mental health, which is pressure, both internal pressure and external pressure from family to succeed. And so, Quinn, could you describe to us what is this pressure? What does it look like as a young person today for you and for your peers?
Yeah, I definitely resonated with Rupesh's stories and a lot of commonalities there. I struggled with depression and anxiety all throughout my teenage years. And I also went to a predominantly Asian high school, so East Asian, Southeast Asian, South Asian, 77% to be exact, so quite a large margin. And it truly felt like a vacuum of culturally impacted mental health struggles. So many of us struggling with depression and anxiety, but yet seemingly unable to talk about it. So I show this picture here from my high school graduation because I genuinely cannot believe that I made it to that day. I graduated as valedictorian, but I felt unsuccessful. I didn't feel successful because success is more than a paper or a letter grade, especially when your emotional, mental health is lacking. I remember in my junior year, after coming back from the COVID pandemic, I started noticing a lot of cutting scars on the arms of one of my classmates. And once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it on the people all around me. So I think this idea of pressure, both internal and external, resonates so much with me because it's coming from both sides. And I think it's really important to recognize the combined impact. For Asian Americans, the report said that the self-pressure to succeed is even higher than familial pressure. So by having these conversations, I think we're already making great strides to reducing this pressure that we may be putting on ourselves when we don't realize that we are more similar than we are different.
Yeah, beautifully put. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And this is exactly why TAF launched TALA, which Quinn is a part of, to redefine and expand the definitions of success. And so we want to support the economic mobility, we want to support holistic well-being for our under-resourced ANHPI college students. And so we developed this new program that will help young adults gain access to culturally rooted guidance, career guidance, mental well-being resources, and in the process, building intergenerational community. And we're so excited to be building it alongside with young people like Quinn. So thank you, Quinn. Okay, so the next question is to everyone here. So we've talked a little bit about intergenerational community support. We've also talked a little bit, I think we want to talk a little bit about social media as a support system. So could we maybe go into how are you seeing these making a difference in your communities? Maybe we'll start with Toin.
Yeah, I think at working at the Samoan Community Development Center, you know, what we know is that to work with the youth is to work with the family. And so, you know, not to get really nerdy, but, you know, attachment theory in the field of psychology is that focus on the premise of the child and the caregiver. But how do we see the child within the context of the community, of the village, of the family, right? And so that's what our work has to look like, right? And so I might be working with one of my colleagues, Vani, who's in the high schools with the kids, and she might notice a kid that has scars on their arms, you know, then she might, you know, I always tell staff like, hey, pay attention to how you feel, right? And if that's something you can't address with them, then we're here. Come reach out, let's talk about it. So she might reach out to me and say, hey, Tone, I saw it, and then we might figure out how to talk to this youth together, right? Then I might realize, oh man, I know her mom. I know this kid's mom, right? So let me tap in with mom. Let me try to talk to mom and explain these scars in a way that doesn't freak mom out, all right? And then mom starts talking about like, oh man, I'm so stressed out at home. She has 2 little ones at home, right? And we want her to come to our parenting group, but we know we have to take childcare into consideration, right? So, I mean, even if we had a Samoan conference, there'd be little kids running all over here, right? Because if we want our community to come through, then we got to take care of the kids to make sure there's childcare over there, right? And then so they'll come. Mom might come in and say, "Oh man, I'm caring for my mom too, you know, and my dad as well in the home, right?" And we say like, "Hey, bring them. We got a senior program too, right? Well, we're dancing, we're doing crafts, we're singing in Samoan, you know, all of those things. And they might bring their grandparents there, right? So we're always thinking about, you know, how to support the whole family, you know, from everything, even if we're providing food, right? We're not going to give you like macaroni and cheese, right? We're going to give you some fa'i, we're going to give you some coconut milk, some onions, right? These foods that resonate with who you are. You know, I know that when I bring a bag of the foods that we give out to the community, when I bring it home to my mom and dad, they're like, oh man, they get so excited because they're like, man, where did you get this from? I was like, you know, we feel really grateful to be able to have a voice in how we provide these services to the community. And again, taking a community attachment approach, really a village approach to how we serve our community. So then again, to serve the youth is to serve their whole family. Mm-hmm. And to serve the family is to serve the youth. Right? Mm-hmm. And I think we're always just holding that duality because we are collectivist people, right? So we're always thinking about our family and our community first. And I think when it comes to our mental health, right? We're also saying like, hey, what about you two, right? We're not asking you to choose between yourself and your family. We're just saying, what about you two? How are you considering yourself in the support that you're also providing to your family, right? So it's just, it's the both and, yeah?
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, it really takes a village, right?
Yeah.
It's also really interesting to hear, what's common between our communities and what are the differences. And clearly, food is a big,
Yeah.
brings us all together. Quinn, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I'm glad for the opportunity to be able to build on that. And to echo Tone, I strongly, strongly believe that parent and familial support is the key to addressing AA and HPI youth mental health struggles. This is a photo of my mom and I right before my community college graduation. And I show this photo because she has been such a crucial part of my mental health journey. As much as I have suffered with depression, anxiety, PTSD, so has she. She's been through hell and back with me. And if it weren't for her support, I would be in a very different space. So I see very clearly how our suffering and happiness is interconnected. And this makes sense. When you have a family member, a loved one who's suffering, you can't fully be happy. As someone who was born and raised here in the United States, socialized into Western values of individuality, self-sufficiency, I've come to really appreciate and see the beauty of some of the Eastern values that our communities hold in collectivism, in community. So, like Tone said, it really does take a village. I strongly believe that parents do need to be a part of the mental health conversation because we need this all-around support. And I think it's also, at the same time, important to address the structural challenges that our families may be facing. Like we've mentioned, coming to a new country, struggling with the language, acculturation, assimilation. And so if mental health providers are able to work with both youth and their families, that would have a profound impact on our holistic healing.
Yeah, very well said. And Quinn, your mom is here, so thank you for being here.
Hey.
Reed, yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, Quinn. I definitely want to, it's very affirming. My relationship with my own mother and father has undergone a tremendous transformation. When I was younger, I excelled in school. I had no issues making friends. I was in choirs. I did piano. I joined Mensa when I was in second grade, and all my teachers were like, "Oh, it's a baby genius. There's nothing wrong with this one." But anyone who had an inside look at the home, and this is not to brag, but anyone who had an inside look at the home would see how much that I was struggling with my relationship with my parents. And psychiatrists and therapists together were trying to figure out, like, what is going on? Why is Reed so angry? Why is Reed so hurt all the time? What is happening? And they tested me for ADHD, but the ADHD tests were like math puzzles and puzzles, and I loved those. So I was like, I got this. But it wasn't until my parents were always there as advocates for me, which when I was younger, I hated that. I was so angry at them for always being in my business, for always trying to interrupt my relationship with my teachers and saying, like, Reed struggles with doing work at home. It's a really, really tough process. And I'd say, that's none of your business. It was a very ugly relationship that I had with them. And I went away to college out of state, and I said, well, that's great. I never have to see him again. I graduated in 2020 and with a degree in public health, and I said, great, I'm going to have a job immediately. Things were different. Things went differently, so I moved back in with them, and I dreaded it. but we had a conversation where that time apart let us understand how much we were doing for each other to show that we cared. And it was a really, it truly was like a real emotional healing and a reckoning between us where, we apologized for the way that we treated each other and the things we said, and we realized that we never meant any of it. And I learned that my parents also struggled through this, and that helping a loved one is not easy. It's never easy, especially with a child. A child has so many big feelings, but not the perspective, and that can be such a hard disconnect to have. And I attribute that growth that I had with a fantastic psychiatrist that I found later in high school, and then also with just, aging, maturing, and realizing, going out into the world and being alone and saying like, oh, shoot, my parents were right. But now, like when I was younger, I could not wait to get rid of my parents. I said, when they are gone, it will be beautiful, and I will do whatever I want. But now I can't imagine a day without them.
Beautiful. Again, as a mom of a 4 and a 1-year-old, I do see big feelings, but I think looks a little different in my end. Okay, Rupesh.
The best is yet to come for you, Shruti. I'll take a little bit of a macro. You've heard a bit about me and my family, but I'll take a bit of a macro view here of what we see at Crisis Text Line. So just for context, Crisis Text Line, 24/7, anonymous, free, mental health support for people in their biggest moments of crisis. Founded in 2013, have had 11 million conversations over that time. And what's unique about our model is the person that is helping, the help seeker, is a volunteer, a trained volunteer. And in preparing for this panel, I was absolutely delighted to find out this fact. NHPI, we make up 8% of the US population. That group makes up 25% of Crisis Text Line's volunteers, which is absolutely stunning. And these volunteers are everyday people. They're not clinicians, they're not therapists, they're just people who want to help. They go through training, learning how to listen, learning how to build rapport with a stranger, learning how to show empathy, and learning how to de-escalate people so that they feel safe and cool in that moment of high stress. And what's truly amazing, and what really gives me hope, is that our studies have shown that the skills that these volunteers have built help themselves, not only help the texters, but help themselves, and then they show up in their communities. Our data says that these folks support another 1.6 million people in their families, in their homes, in their workplaces, and in their communities. And many of our Asian American volunteers tell us that the experience, it just changes how they communicate, how they communicate at home. They talk about listening more and being more curious and understanding as opposed to judging. It's helped them have new kinds of conversations with both their parents and with their kids. So it's that kind of intergenerational change that's happening, sort of, conversation by conversation. And this is really important because to build on the Beyond the Surface data, at Crisis Text Line, we see that among Asian American texters, anxiety and stress are the top issues for adults. But for teens, self-harm, bullying, and identity struggles show up almost twice as much. And so, the pressure we were talking about earlier isn't just about grades. It's what you were saying. It's about belonging and being enough and wanting to be seen. And then there's the macro hope, and then there's kind of micro hope. So a few months ago, I was a guest lecturer at a class at Berkeley, and I was just talking about my career journey to this class, and I was talking in particular about this moment in my career where it was super high stress and a lot of expectations, and I had tons of self-doubt. And kind of near the end of that part of my talk, an Asian American student in the back raised his hand, And so I called on him, and he said, "How did you take care of your mental health during that time?" And I mean, I was floored because certainly I would never have asked that question when I was a teenager, and even when I was in the middle of my career doing this thing, I didn't think about that. So it's really optimistic that this generation it's top of mind, they're curious, and they want to redefine what success can look like. So I think there's hope there.
Yeah, very uplifting. Yeah, it's really great to hear that our community, the ANHPI community, is helping not just our own community, but other communities, speaks to the cross-racial solidarity, right? And also, again, very interesting to hear about young people today, because when we received TALA applications for our TALA program, we were also floored by the kinds of just the quality of the responses and how engaged young people are with mental health today. I mean, we have Quinn, so that speaks volumes. Okay, so now one other finding from our study is that, when we ask young people how they're doing, they say, we're fine. Right? It's only when you dig deeper, you go beyond the surface, that we can truly begin to understand what is going on in people's lives. And so how do you all talk to young people? What is one thing you would say is working well for you in terms of how to have a conversation or how we can support young people today? Maybe we'll start with Reed.
Sure. So I think when I speak to my peers or to younger to youth members, I think a lot of the hesitation for them to speak forth about mental health issues or whatnot is because they don't know the language, or they don't know that it can be normal to feel good and to feel healthy. It's become so normalized for them to feel just kind of the weight of the world, and it's hard for them to get out from underneath it. And so when I speak to them, I am very involved in queer communities, and it's especially true where queer youth might feel like they only have each other, which is great. It's great to have a community that supports you, but it also can create an echo chamber that is, you have 16, 15-year-olds all trying to talk and support each other. And it's great that they are there for each other, but they don't have that knowledge and that training or the maturity to raise awareness when we see risk factors or when we see something that's concerning. And so I think one of the things that I try to do is I try to give kids the language. I'm like, when not just how are you feeling, I'm like, are you happy lately? How is school going? How's your friend group? What's the biggest drama right now? And I like to pose it like I'm just gossiping with them, but it is a way to just check in. And I do love gossip, but it's a win-win,
That's great. Yeah, furiously taking notes here. Todd?
We love the tea as well. Yeah, I think it's a challenge with the youth. I think, first I'll say in Samoan there's a saying, te ule va, right? And that means to kind of nurture and care for the va, which is the space. And some of the ways that this space is where connection happens. So how we take care of the spaces that we're in relationship with, it matters, right? And for me, that looks like consistency, following through, doing what you say you're gonna do, right? And for young people, that means showing up, right? Even when they don't show up, because they don't be showing up sometimes, right? And so sometimes it's so important for us to say that I'm here, and when you're ready, I'll be here. And then, I think just I also have an elevator pitch for how I'd define mental health and talk about it, right? That's ready to go, because sometimes I also realize I may not ever have a chance to talk to this person again, right? And I at least want you to be clear about what mental health is and what it ain't. So I'm like, hey, let's do it. Mental health, it's what you think, it's what you feel about yourself and the world around you, what you think, those are your thoughts. They things that are going through your head. It's also the way you talk to yourself, your emotions. Those are your feelings, right? And when you don't feel them, when you don't make time to feel them, you about to be crashing out all the time, right? And we don't want that for you, right? But it's also the physical sensations you feel throughout your body, right? And it's so important for you to know what you're thinking and what you're feeling because, one, it impacts your confidence and how you feel about yourself. 2, it impacts how you deal with stress and hard times. 3, it impacts your decision making. And 4, it impacts the quality of your relationships, right? Because if anything is going to get us through this, it's our relationships, right? And so when we have the chance to, when your youth is right in front of you, even if they're disengaged or not, I know I'm talking about the youth like they don't care, but sometimes they don't be caring when I'm with them, right? And for me, it's always important to just hold that we're planting seeds when we're doing this work. And so if a youth may not look engaged, I'm still gonna go for it. I'm still gonna say it. I'm still gonna give this information and try my best to connect and say, I'm here if you wanna come through, right? And then just on a more personal level, right? The kids, they like, well, especially like a young Pacific kid, they like to talk smack, they like to roast each other. So, you know, you want to talk smack about me, I'll talk smack about you. We could do that back and forth. And, you know, we can play and joke around and have fun as well. And then just one final piece, just around like, and this goes back to the study around our queer kids, our LGBTQ kids, you know, working with our queer kids. I think it's important that when we're in group spaces that we're using language that lets them know we're using inclusive language. Mm-hmm. Inclusive is a buzzword, but really how we talk. And, you know, so when I'm working, I'm a queer person as well. So when I'm working with young kids, and I'm especially a young queer kid, I will say to them, hey, yeah, it's so important that we, you know, that we do this. Or, yes, when we go here, we feel this. Or, you know, they might not want us to do this, but we're going to do this. You know what I mean? So just letting everybody know that, like, whether it's not about you, it's not about me, it's about us, right? And it is about you, and it is about me, too. So.
Great elevator pitch as well. Okay, Rupesh, what's the tea?
Yeah, I mean, you know, people tend to support what they themselves create. So how many people in this room, I can't see, the lights are blinding, are under the age of 25?
I see a few hands up.
Yeah, so awesome. I see a few. I mean, I think that's what I would do. I think we have to, as adults now, we have to take a back seat and create the space and facilitate the young people that are going through the issues to come together in ways that work for them. And I know they don't show up all the time, so we have to try again, you know? And we have to make sure that we get a variety of youth, you know? Like, I think there's an organization that's like a youth empowerment organization that I was involved in when I was younger, and I'm on the board of now. And you know, we struggle with the leaders of that organization because they are the high achieving kids, and so because the high achieving kids want to do a lot of things, and we have to find ways to make space for a variety of kids so we can listen to exactly what they need and what's going through their mind. Instead of us asking, like, how are you, we should be asking, what do you need, and what's working and what's not working. Crisis Text Line, just one more bit about us. We've got all of those conversations that I mentioned, right? So we took a sampling of them, like 87,000 anonymous conversations of youth in crisis. And we looked at the conversation where we tried to cool them down to say, and we pulled from there what they say would helps them. And it's nothing will be surprising, but it's connection, it's a chance to be creative, it's sports, it's time outdoors, and the freedom to define happiness for themselves, which is really, really important. You know, to double click on that, you know, half of our AA NHPI texters who identify as LGBTQ+, are trying to balance the cultural and the gender and the family expectations. That's what they're telling us. And, you know, their happiness may look very different than what their parents expected. So we have to make space for that. That's an example of how we have to bring diverse youth together and bring them to settings like this so they can define their own solutions. And I think we can make progress.
Great. Yeah, bringing young people together. Awesome. Quinn, round us out.
as the token young person in this conversation, I invite all of us to listen. Listen just to listen. Listen not to judge, to react, to respond, or even to propose a solution. But listen just so that the other person can feel seen, heard, and understood. I've learned that understanding is the foundation of love. We can't love a person if we don't understand them. And so we cannot love our communities, care for our communities, care for our youth if we don't understand them. So I think my last message really is that our listening alone has the power to alleviate suffering. And this is something that any of us can do at any time, no matter what role we play.
Beautiful, yeah. Deep listening. That's all we have time for today. But thank you so much to the wonderful panelists for sharing so openly and honestly about these important, sometimes heavy topics. Next, there's a brief moment to pause and breathe. In just a moment, host and producer Michelle Miao from the Commonwealth Club's Michelle Miao Show will lead us in a short grounding exercise. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good morning, and thank you all for being here. As a mom of two young sons, 16 and 12, I also know that this issue is very personal, just as we've heard earlier today. So earlier we heard some moving stories that give us a real voice to the data. Together, we're learning more about the day-to-day experiences and pressures facing our youth and the effects on their mental health. We're now excited to shine a light on leaders who are actively working to prioritize AAPI mental health, developing innovative strategies designed for and by the AAPI community. They are innovating outside of traditional clinical spaces and creating culturally relevant approaches that promote community well-being, because there's a space and an urgent need for multiple approaches. For many in our communities, there are cultural taboos, intergenerational silence on the topic of mental health, and unresolved trauma, unfortunately, that can hold back those that are seeking help. There are also deep systemic and logistical barriers, including lack of access and also affordability. And when it comes to mental health, there's a continuum of needs. There are certainly situations where clinical help can help and therapy are called for, but many may benefit and perhaps start the journey to healing with alternative tailored approaches for them. So right now we're going to hear from community organizations who are making an impact with AAPI youth all across the country. For each of these community spotlights, you're going to hear about unique approaches and the impact that's being made. Hopefully this may spark ideas, inspire collaboration to bring these approaches to your community. There will be a community resource guide with links to each organization, so please take one home with you later today. We're going to begin our community spotlights with Changing Tides, a youth mental health program of the Little Tokyo Center in Los Angeles. Changing Tides began from a dialogue sparked from an event similar to ours today and was launched by college students about 7 years ago. Changing Tides, along with other organizations, are on the front lines of helping communities prevent and navigate the mental health crisis of suicide, which, as we discussed earlier, is the leading cause of death of young people in our communities. So please help me welcome Matthew Yonemura to share about the life-saving and also the urgent resources that Changing Tides provides.
Hi, everyone. I know there's some camera operators. I'm going to put them to work a little bit because, I was seeing the monitor in the back. They were really, on top of the job, so. I was also told to use the stage, but, I claimed the Sabrina Carpenter mic. I really felt like a pop star as they were wiring me up, but to get to it, because I do have a limited amount of time, Matthew Yonemura. I'm an assistant program manager at Little Tokyo Service Center. I oversee our Changing Tides AAHPI youth mental health program. And at Little Tokyo Service Center and Changing Tides, we are also proud members of the AANHPI Health Equity Coalition. I actually started as a volunteer at Changing Tides because of my own experiences with mental health in high school, mostly starting in like 2015, around my sophomore year. At the time, and then this is very vulnerable for me, believe it or not, at this time, I was very involved with school, but I would always tell people I just felt flat. I didn't necessarily feel angry, sad, anxious. I just always felt deflated. This was on and off for years from 2015 through my senior year of high school in 2017. And I had a lot going on. I was very involved on campus. I was very outgoing, but it just all felt like a big act. I would get home from school even. I would just sit in my car in silence for 10 minutes and try to gain the same energy to put on the same face for my family. So during my senior year of high school in 2017, I created an alternate Instagram account, which is what we called a Finsta, which in high school meant like fake Instagram. But I created this and just added a few close friends there because I didn't know who to talk to. I didn't know how to talk about it. And for some reason, it was just a lot easier to talk about it there than verbally. So on there, I would talk about how difficult it was just to get out of bed, how much I dreaded being in front of people, how hard it was just to get words out. And it did turn out that a lot of people kind of felt the same way. So here's actually an excerpt from my Finsta from October 29th, 2016. This might be kind of heavy, I don't know. Sometimes when I think about it, it seems like it would be easier if I just didn't exist anymore. I don't know about suicide, that's pretty intimidating, but like if I just wasn't here anymore. I wouldn't burden my family, friends, or loved ones. I wouldn't feel as crappy as I do. I wouldn't have to stress about college or high school. I just wouldn't be around anymore. Months pass, and I still don't know how I remember this moment, but my dad mentioned something about a chemical imbalance, and when he mentioned it, I might have been like 8 years old. But as I was learning about how my friends could relate to how I was feeling, and I would talk to them, I realized I might also have a chemical imbalance. So I finally told my parents exactly how I was feeling. Parents always know, they sense something, but they finally heard it from me. So I was lucky enough to have parents who understood, and they also had the resources to help me and encourage me to seek help. So soon later, I was diagnosed with major clinical depression, and somehow that diagnosis was actually a relief. It meant I wasn't alone. It meant I had a name to this thing. It's not new. It also means that someone's gone through it before. So I started taking the first medication that was prescribed to me, and I was very, very lucky. Like, this is the first thing that slowly started to help me make me feel the same, or feel like myself again. I always said that this turned my emotional mountains into hills, so everything was just a little bit more manageable. So about a year after my experiences going through all of this, Changing Tides was founded in 2018 by 4 college students who were thinking about the same thing. How come no one can talk about mental health? They started to create events for our API young adults, like workshops, full-day conferences they planned, and events where conversations could just open up. I started volunteering for Changing Tides in college, and then eventually I got hired in 2021. And we kind of continued to do the same things, but we've also been able to expand and being able to provide direct services. Almost 250 youth and young adults have participated in our therapy stipend program, CT Stream, with the help of 80+ providers, many of which are A and HPI. We actually offer up to 10 free therapy sessions for individuals between 16 and 35 years old. And with 80% of them completing all 10 of the sessions we allot, this is well above the average of 59% completed by a psychological treatment-based study in 2024. From there, we started CT Anchor in 2022. So we partnered with the QPR Institute, and QPR stands for Question, Persuade, Refer, which are the 3 main steps in their training. And we started this in 2022. Since the inception of this, we've had over 1,500 individuals get their QPR certificate. So then a family approached Changing Tides when they lost a young person to suicide. After their loss, they didn't want money, flowers, anything for the funeral. They just wanted everyone to donate to Changing Tides. We got to know that family better, and after a few months of getting to know them, they said it would be really great if we could host a little run walk for suicide awareness. Who knows? Maybe 100 people will show, and we'll be able to cover the costs to put the event on. Since that conversation, we've hosted our annual Ripple Effect Walk for Suicide Prevention since 2022 to an average of over 400 attendees every year. And this event is really unique in that we actually create walks to memorialize individuals that we have lost. So we celebrate their lives, and teams will walk, say, 23 minutes for the 23 years of life that we got to share with them. With all this, with people we're meeting and with the programs we create, we just want to meet the need. We lost another person to suicide this year, which is actually someone that I got to know, someone who interned with Changing Tides, someone who was very involved in LA Little Tokyo, touched a lot of lives. We learned that they desired to become a mental health professional themselves after completing college. So we want to prevent these situations through our other initiatives, and we also want to create a new support group for people who have not only lost loved ones to suicide. We just want to meet the need of the community. I was very lucky. I was lucky to get the right medication, have the right parents, have the right friends, and ask for help at just the right time. I've actually been on the same antidepressant that was diagnosed to me or prescribed to me back in high school. And I was lucky enough to be impacted by mental health advocacy in my own life. Our goal is to create Changing Tides to help create entry points to these life-saving resources and mental health conversations. For me personally, I remain so passionate about this work because of the way that these open conversations saved my life. And if I can help even just one person do the same, then that makes all this work worth it. I hope that Changing Tides and the other speakers here can continue to do the great work and that we can all continue to transform and save lives. I'll close with one more Finsta excerpt from December 30th, 2016, and this was about 2 months after I started my medication. I came to Topaz Beach to sit on my bench. That's where I am as I write this. So calming and peaceful at night. I hope I grow old and remember this bench and how much it helped me to come here. It's helped me recenter myself a number of times. Thank you also, Journal. You've been a big help too. I'm kind of scared to read some of these older posts, but I'll do it another time. I wrote some of them in the darkest days, so I'm not quite ready to know what that version of me sounds like. I prefer to keep that forgotten, at least for a little while. Thank you all.
Thank you, Matthew, for sharing your mental health journey. I think it was really moving and powerful and personal. So we appreciate your openness as well as your vulnerability. For many of us, because of cultural barriers, vulnerability wasn't something that we often saw modeled, especially from men in our communities. And that's why the work of Changing Tides and our next organization, Man Forward, which focuses on Southeast Asian boys and young men, is so vital. Peng Tao, who will join us soon, will share more about the healing conversations and connections that Man Forward is building. I welcome you to the stage.
Well, good morning. I'm happy to be here. My journey into manhood and masculinity has been a very joyful one, but it's also been a very painful one as well, too. Some of you may know this, but that we're taught as men to be as boys from a really young age, to be cutting off our emotions, right? To not share any of it except anger. And that's pretty much the only thing that you could really show is your madness and how tough you are. And I needed to learn that, and I learned that really early on to cover my heart and to really protect my heart, especially for the person that I'm going to be in relationship with, right? To a woman person. That I needed to make sure I not show any vulnerability or weaknesses to her in any way, because then that means that I'm going to be less of a man or less masculine than her, right? And I didn't know that coming and doing this work for the last 20 years that I'd have 2 beautiful boys that you're seeing on the screen here. And the work isn't for them, but it was really about liberating myself in this journey of really healing for myself, of understanding how patriarchy have really manifested and created violence within my own life, right? And so here's where Man Forward comes in. I founded it in 2010. It was really on the premise that we needed more men and more young boys to actually get involved in ending gender-based violence. That was really the premise of it. It was not about teaching them not to hit, not to be violent. They already know that. They're already being taught that. But it was really about teaching them to have a different kind of a relationship with violence where they're saying, I'm not going to choose violence because violence is so normalized in boys' lives that it's a low-hanging fruit, that's where they go so often, right? And that's the piece about Man Forward, is that we're working across the country, we talk, we're pioneering new definitions of what it means to be masculine, what it means to be a man, what it means to be a boy, that men and boys and masculine people can explore their identities. They can explore who they want to be, and they can show up fully and authentically. So it's about creating spaces for them to engage in community so that they can fully show up as themselves. Just come as you are. We want you just to come as you are. Don't put on a mask. Don't put on an armor. Don't try to protect yourself. Come as you are. Be with us in space. Show up fully so we can listen to you, we can hear you, we can feel you, and you can do the same for yourself as well too. So we cook together, we clean together, we joke together, we share stories together, we play games. All the normal things that boys would do and young men would do with each other in community already, but the intentionality behind it is getting them to have a different kind of a set of experiences with boys and young men that they normally would not have in community, because we so often do not create these kinds of spaces in community. It was so funny, I'll share a quick story. Years ago, there was a group of men starting a group against sexual violence in Minneapolis. And all the men who came to that group had to give a different story as to why they were coming that night. They were either going out to the bars, they were either gonna go talk to their friends, or they were going bowling or whatever else. None of them could share the story about why they came to that group tonight. And it was really to talk about sexual violence, right? And that just gives you an idea of like how much we want to welcome men into the spaces, and it's with an intentionality that we create relationships. So much of our work is about building relationships that are intimately keen to how men and masculine people and boys should be in relationship, not only to other people, but to themselves. Because the world has taught them not to have a relationship with themselves. The world has taught us to be very lonely and to walk in the world in very hollow ways. So how do we really help boys be fully embodied within themselves and in the relationships that they are in, so that they can really care for those relationships, right? Care intimately for those relationships, care intimately for themselves, and that is why intimacy is so important. Not that they can just think about, I love you, but they know I love you, right? That's what we need to be teaching them. And it's been a healing journey, and we've learned that. And so the last part of it, really, for us, is that community is healing. And finding places of belonging and finding places of who you are and understanding your identity is so keenly important for the boys that we work with. So many of the boys that we've worked with in the past have come into space with us, and they'll use their American pronunciation of their names. And we're like, that's not how you actually really pronounce your name. And as they come into the programs with us and journey with us, they eventually come to a place where they find and are really rooted in their community and in themselves, that they're like, this is actually my name. They learn, again, how to cook with us. They learn how to care for each other. And there's been so many boys over the years that have shared with me, how can I be in those spaces? I haven't been in those kinds of spaces before. And this is where the healing is for us. In community, to be in community and to be with others and to find a sense of belonging and to find a sense of wholeness and to find a sense of an embodiment of who I am as a masculine identified person and as a man or as a boy in this world, or for whatever it is that you want to identify yourselves, that your full humanity gets seen and that you actually don't choose violence as a low-bearing fruit. So thank you for listening, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Peng. I took away kind of community is healing and come as you are, and I think those are such powerful words and takeaways for all of us. So community can take many forms, and for many of our young people, their online community is one of the main sources of community, especially if they don't live in areas where there are other AAPI teens to connect with. So now please welcome Lauren Pongan, who will share about Subtle Asian Mental Health, an online community that is a safe space for finding peer-to-peer support.
Good afternoon, everyone. Asian Mental Health Collective, at Asian Mental Health Collective, our mission is to foster healing and resilience for the Asian diaspora community in the US. To make it okay to ask for help in ways that honor our cultures, not erase them. Now, especially in the Bay, it feels like when we talk about innovation, we think of technology, right? We think of how do we integrate AI, or what new apps can we build? But sometimes innovation isn't about the technology we use. It's about what care looks like, how we share it, and how it's built through community efforts. You'll probably recognize up here Facebook, which again, we don't think of being at the brink of technology. But a few years ago, a young woman shared a quote, shared a post on Facebook in Subtle Asian Mental Health. She said, "I feel grateful for my parents' sacrifices and resentful for the childhood I never had. Guilty because their childhoods were hard too, and scared because as they age, I'm already exhausted before my adult life has even begun." That really hit me heavy, and I think resonates for a lot of people in the room. It also resonated in Subtle Asian Mental Health. There was an outpouring of comments, but for once on the internet, it wasn't trolling or arguments, it was support and compassion. People shared their stories, they shared insights, sometimes humor, but she really got the validation that she desperately needed at the time. And for me, that's why Subtle Asian Mental Health is special and also innovative. It's a space where strangers can help put a name to what it feels like to live at the intersection of diaspora, loneliness, and also hope. Subtle Asian Mental Health, or as we affectionately call it, SAM, is a Facebook group of 60,000 members, and the majority of them are youth ages 18 through 30 in the Asian diaspora in the United States. Subtle Asian Mental Health grew out of Subtle Asian Traits. How many of you remember that Facebook group? It was like viral. And Subtle Asian Traits, for the first time, recognized nationwide Asian humor. It honored our cultures. But among the memes and the nostalgia that a lot of us felt, a couple members were thinking to themselves, what if we also built a space for talking about our pain? What would it look like if we had a community based not on laughter, but on honesty? So we built that community, a non-commercial, carefully moderated online community where people could talk about things like therapy and family trauma, burnout, and know that someone who understood their culture or their context or both was there on the other side. This was a really unique space for folks, and for the first time, they were getting to be seen for issues that felt resonant to that community. Sorry, I'm filling in for someone and I'm nervous. But it's about mental health, so it feels like a safe space to talk about. So we built this space, and they say, if you build it, they will come. And within weeks, thousands of people joined. And then within months, tens of thousands of people joined. Now we're at 60,000 members, and every day the space is alive and dynamic, and people post, they listen, they witness, and most importantly, they feel seen themselves. SAM was born out of a simple but also radical idea that healing doesn't have to begin one-on-one in therapy. It can also happen as something we co-create in community. in this group, people talk about all kinds of things. Sometimes it's really eye-opening if you go in there, what people are wanting to talk about, but they talk about depression, relationships, identity, racism, all kinds of things. But there's one theme that people almost universally talk about, and it was covered in Taft's report, it was brought up earlier today, and that is pressure. Pressure to succeed, pressure to excel, pressure to be perfect, and also pressure to make our parents proud, even if we're silently battling anxiety and depression. And it would be really easy for a space like this to devolve into blaming Asian culture for this, for the silence and conflict that so many of us grew up in. But in SAM, the conversation goes deeper than that. It's held with cultural nuance and a shared understanding and an awareness of not only our shared histories and racial trauma, but also of what it feels like to survive as members of the diaspora in a place and a country that often doesn't see us at all. I want to bring up something, it kind of got touched on earlier, but this conversation really shows that sometimes we have the inclination to blame our culture or think like the silence that we have around mental health, why we don't talk about it, that comes from a place of cultural deficit or shame. But I think what we've seen through SAM is that it's actually a survival technique, and it's more of a reflection of the fear we all have and we all hold and share. And in SAM, what I really honor, or what I really recognize as unique, is that there is space within there to hold the complexity of those together. It's not just one or the other. This complexity that SAM can hold, right, that we have silence in our communities, but also our cultures are really strong, is something that makes SAM more than an online community. It's a living, breathing ecosystem of care. SAM was started by volunteers, but it is held together every day by thousands of small acts of kindness. Our moderators have worked tirelessly to make sure that it remains a space that feels not only safe, but also genuinely supportive. Unlike, I think we've seen this especially lately, but unlike so many corners of the internet that have really devolved into toxicity, SAM has grown very slowly, and it's remained a space that's not only safe, but one of the largest and most empathetic spaces for young Asians to explore mental health with community and in a safe way. At Asian Mental Health Collective, SAM is just one part of a larger puzzle of care. So we also offer therapist-facilitated support groups so that people can share stories of healing and resilience. We also built the largest and first Asian therapist directory so that individuals can get connected to therapists who understand their culture or language or what it's like to have immigrant parents. I've used the directory personally to find my current therapist and encourage you all to too. And finally, we also offer a therapy fund. We know therapy is really expensive and we want community to be able to access it. So for folks who can't afford it, we offer financial assistance to connect to therapists as well. Put together, this creates a continuum of care that also reflects our cultures, from individual discovery on the mental health journey to peer-to-peer support to professional care. But SAM, in particular, of all these programs, Subtle Asian Mental Health, it really has something to teach us, which is something profound, I think, which is that community can be mental health care infrastructure. So something as simple or seemingly simple as being able to share, I'm hurting, I'm not okay, and I don't know how to tell my parents, can be really transformational in cultures where silence has been used as a survival technique. And I think one of the more humbling things is we don't have to design all of the solutions for youth. They can design their own solutions. They have the empathy and the courage to build connections together on their own if given the space. And SAM is living proof of that. If you go on there, you'll see that people offer their own experiences. Shared experiences become an opportunity to support each other. If people share vulnerably, it's met with understanding, and it's a space where collectively care can grow. I would ask all of you to take a minute and at some point, not right now probably, but to log on and go in there and see what people are sharing. It's really revolutionary as a space where every single day, complete strangers take the time to say to one another, "You are enough." We see this as generational healing in action. When youth have the space and the power to care for each other, it strengthens them. It strengthens not only them, but also their families and their communities and the infrastructure of mental health care for generations to come. And this is part of our vision at Asian Mental Health Collective. It's a future where no one in the Asian diaspora feels like they have to navigate their mental health care alone. We know that when healing starts from community, it doesn't just heal individuals, but it has the opportunity to transform what care looks like for an entire generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Now we want to share about a program that's right here in the Bay Area. Community Youth Center, known also as CYC of San Francisco, is a wonderful partner of TAF's and has been running their Dragon Boat program for nearly 25 years. Middle school and high school age youth train, compete, and build important life skills together. With every stroke of their paddle, they're forging stronger connections to each other and also the community. Today, we have a sneak peek at an upcoming documentary about their Dragon Boat program.
My name is Henry. When I first moved here, I located at TL, and not a lot of kids hang out in TL. I work for a community youth center, and I've been in CYC for almost 23 years. Go! Dragon Boat started in 2001. See it? Once I do that, I got hooked. 1, 2, 3! Doesn't matter you boys or girl, where you from, who you are, what background. It's the people on the boat that keep me continue to do this. Champ on 3. 1, 2, 3. Champ! Oh my God! Do it again.
You see this? Pretty ragtag team, I'm not gonna lie.
Woo, y'all have potential, y'all. Y'all potential.
We're honestly not that fast compared to the other boats.
If you like Dragon Boat, you like this team, you gotta prove it to me.
We got chains, we got veins.
Cole? Welcome to Dragon Boat. Thunder on 3. 1, 2, 3. Thunder! That's right.
That looks really incredible. So we actually have Henry here with us. So now please help me welcome Henry Ha, who's the program director at CYC.
Yay! Thank you, y'all. That was a good video. I never watched a video before myself. But anyway, so my name is Henry. I'm gonna tell y'all a little bit about myself. I'm born and raised in Vietnam. I moved here as an immigrant in 1997. I live in TL. It's called Tenderloin. All right. So when I got here, I don't speak English at all. I got no family, cousin, or anything. I just got my mom, my dad, and 2 sisters. Because my father was a refugee background. So when we got here, we landed in TL, I know nothing. I can't go out because of the language. I can take the bus, because I'm scared to get lost. Because I don't know how to ask people, like, hey, man, I want to go home, but what should I do? None of that. I was depressed. I'm crying every day. I'm like, please, man, give me a free ticket. I'm going to go back to Vietnam. Right? But the family got no money. So I got to suck it up. Got to go to school. got a lot of F, but I'm proud of myself. PE class, I got an A because I don't have to do anything. I don't have to read. I'm just do whatever I got to do. So I'm lucky. I found a community youth center. That's a nonprofit that located in San Francisco. They speak the same language. They got the same culture. At that moment, I found my second family. I feel good because I know that somebody here, the same background, they can support me. All the way through middle school, high school. I barely graduated high school. Almost got kicked out, thanks to them, to help me to write the essay. No, I'm just kidding. Not help me. Correct my essay. I'm like, ooh, that was good. So I graduated high school. Thank you, but not college though. Don't clap. Hey, I only got 8 minutes, so don't take my minutes. So once I joined CYC, I stayed with it until now. It's in 1997. I become a volunteer. I become a leader, an internship, a staff, and now I'm a program director. It's all the hard work and thank you to the CYC staff that like motivate me, keep me in check, you know. And I do the Dragon Boat in 2000. Why Dragon Boat is so powerful for the youngster like myself? I found Dragon Boat is like a sport that we all have to work together. When we talk about 49er, everybody talk about Jerry Rice. When we talk about the Warriors, everybody talk about Steph Curry. When we talk about Dragon Boat, we ain't got nobody to talk about because they all are the superstar. They paddle together. They hold the paddle the same thing. When the drum hit, y'all saw that, and they paddle. It doesn't matter who you are, what genders. Are you powerful? Are you really strong? You can out paddle with the 19 of your teammates, and they all have to do it together. Right? So that is very powerful for this sports. So these youngsters join these sports so they don't get judged by the teammate. Right? They're like, hey man, they need me here. And the paddler also know that I need them too. It's not about me. Winning or losing at the race, it don't matter. These sports are teaching these kids, when you started, you're not gonna let your homie behind or hunger behind. You gotta fight with them all the way to the finish line. And they will feel they achieved something that they started, right? So one of the thing is, the group, the video that y'all saw, a lot of them live in San Francisco, many different backgrounds. They struggle every day. My boat right now, we have immigrant Latinx, immigrant Asian. They don't speak English. I got black, I got white, I got American-born Latinx. How they communicate with each other? They don't even speak the same language. But holding the paddle to make the boat move, that's a language. The language is to look at each other, follow each other as a leader, right? That's a language. And they build, a lot of them low income, immigrant. Some of them really privileged, have people to drop them off to practice, pick them up with a Tesla or Mercedes. But I also got kids taking the damn bus all the way from the hood to the lake. That takes like 1 hour and 30 minutes. And I'm telling you this, when we have a debrief, one of the kids like, whoa, Henry, man, what's up with that? My mom give me a ride 20 minutes over here. And another kid like, the fuck you just say? Man, I take the bus for 1 hour and 30 minutes. So this is the team that make them bond. They feel comfortable with each other and they can share. You can see it's a different status, right? So in the social psychology, they have a term called contact hypothesis. To bring a group of different people, together with the ego status, work together toward a common goal, cooperation, it will reduce the bias and it will build understanding. And that's what this team about. So once they have the connection, they love each other, and guess what happened next? Like the TAP data showed that 61% of people have mental health, they share things with their friends. And they share with their friends, they open up their mind, and they're willing to reach out to the CYC staff and the coaches and help, right? So Heather's story, I want to share with you. She joined the Dragon Boat in 2000, it's almost 10 years ago. She's here today, by the way, so y'all can ask her later. She had family problem. It's a young lady, went to Philip Burton High School. Family problem. Low self-esteem. She don't think she can do Dragon Boat. She don't think she can race. But she joined Dragon Boat. She built a connection with her friends, with the team, and she opened up, and she's willing to take a baby step to go ask for help to see a therapist. She had suicidal thoughts. She hurt herself and everything. Yeah, crap later. I only have 3 minutes left. So, so that's how the program in CYC, everything we do, we incorporate wellness and all that stuff. 1 in 5 students in the community youth center actually receives help with mental health, or talk to the staff and talk to the coach and all that stuff, you know? And a lot of people don't know, when they see the Dragon Boat, they thought it was a Dragon Ball in the beginning. I'm like, what's Dragon Ball? When I do outreach, they're like, I don't want to do Dragon Ball, Henry. I'm like, God damn, it's Dragon Boat. So, ain't no ball. So when they, man, so they do, a lot of people see Dragon Boat, they just thought that like, racing, competitive, gotta win, all that stuff. But it's more to that. When I coach Dragon Boat, be honest, I've been helping out the team with 25 years. A lot of youngsters graduate, come back to be a coach. Actually, 2 of my former youth right here is a full-time staff at Dragon Boat coach right now. Don't clap. So, so y'all can talk to them later too. So what I see this group of kids on the Dragon Boat when they go out of the water, I see life changing. I see hope. I see joy. Because these kids, a lot of these kids, people look down on them at school, right? In the community, feel a lot of pressure. Y'all heard about like the past speaker, they talk about pressure, right? Family have work, no time to talk to them and check in with them. Nobody talk to them. They have all that kind of pressure. And they feel like hopeless. But when they get on that boat and they feel like, oh man, everybody the same here. We actually do everything the same. I feel so good. And then they have a confidence. And then they're able to like ask for help, right? So that's why I want to talk about the Dragon Boat program. So I'm still doing it, and I'm still looking for paddler too. If y'all, if y'all wanna come and join. So yeah, so that's it. When I see these kids as our future, y'all. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So thank you, Henry. I bet we have a few volunteers who would offer to help paddle. So we're excited about the documentary that we all saw about Henry's story as well as Dragon Boat racing. And there's a Kickstarter to help make it happen, so please check it out. We're going to take a short, what we're calling an energy moment before our next set of spotlights. And as a bonus, Henry is going to lead us in a mini Dragon Boat boot camp from our seats. But don't clap, is what he said. Right? Okay, so Henry, take it away.
All right, how many minutes I have for this?
This way.
7? All right, everybody going to go out and run the blocks. No, I'm just kidding. So let's put your phone away, man. Y'all don't need to record this. Come on now. Sit comfortably, please. Yeah. So in Dragon Boat, breathing is very important. And every time we practice, we do this with the kids, with the adult, with the coaches. Just close your eyes. Don't look at me. All right, focus now. Focus is the number one important thing in Dragon Ball. Breathe in, out. Imagine lots going on in our life. A lot of pressure at home, at work, coworkers, and all that stuff. Breathe in, out. Do not compare yourself to nobody, you being you. Breathe in, out. Listen to yourself. You tell yourself that this is your body and this is you. Nobody can control you. And you are good. You're beautiful today. Breathe in, out. The last big deep breath. In. Enjoy the last breath today. Out. That's right. Open your eyes. Thank you, y'all. So I'm gonna do a little bit of, don't clap, I got 6 more minutes. I don't want to remind all y'all this. I feel like I'm coaching a Dragon Ball. Man, hurry up, paddle, man. I got 5 minutes. Stop talking. So I need a volunteer, man. Norman, you wanna come up real quick? Does anyone know Norman? If you don't know Norman, you're in trouble. So yeah, good exercise. So I usually count as a cadence, right? Y'all can stand up, y'all want to. Yeah, make some room for yourself. So when I count 1, 2, 3, y'all say 1. So I say 1, 2, 3, y'all say 2 until 10. Everybody clear? Right overlap, pull back. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Switch. Oh, y'all have good timing by counting. I don't know how it's paddling. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. Relax. Oh, 10. My bad. No, because I saw the clock going down, like jump down, like from 6 to 5. I'm like, oh shoot, I only got 5 more minutes. So you grab a partner, that's gonna require a little bit of room. So face it like this. You see, my right hand grabbing your partner left hand on the top, and you pull out. Yeah, pull out a little bit. Good, good, good. Stretching. Come on, Norman. Stretch it. Yeah. Good. All right, relax. And now, I'll relax, y'all. Hey, y'all. Hey, listen up. I only got 4 more minutes. And then you turn around. Do another side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo! Relax, relax. Hey, we have 4 more. We're not done yet. We don't have liability forms. Oh, just stretching. They're not gonna get hurt. If they play sport, they get hurt anyway, but it's fine. So another stretch is really good for your back and your shoulder. You face your partner, and you put your hand on the shoulder, and you bend down a little bit. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let it ride. Woo! How was it? All right. Are we good, Norman? Thank you so much. All right, here's the thing. In Dragon Ball, we have 3 components. Yes, keep standing, don't sit down, because you're warming up right now. The start, the settle, and the finish. But to me, the start is the most important, because the ball is like 7,000, 8,000 pounds, but these 20 youth can make that object move, and we can do it too on land. How we do it is, when we do Dragon Ball race, we have a command. People would say, "Paolo, you ready?" And they all be like this, right? And they'd be like, "Huh!" okay? So everybody gotta do that. Try. Okay, just try that. So when I say, Paula, you ready? And you say, huh! Gotta be loud. Gotta be loud. It's okay. Because TAP got this place, so nobody gonna complain? All right, y'all ready? Forward. Yeah. Don't matter, you lefty, you do left, you do right, you do right. Yeah, it don't matter. Dragon Ball is two-sided. Okay? All right, focus now. Paul, you ready? Woo! Do it again, because the back a little bit behind. They're like, ah! All right, gotta be insane. Ready? Paul, you ready? Man, that's powerful. Thank you. Thank you, y'all.
He's coming, is it? Should I? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Henry. That's a really tough act to follow, so I'm not even going to try. The tone and the mood is going to go down just a little bit. My name is Dr. Carissa Chia. I'm a professor at the University of Psychology at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and the president of the Society for Research on Adolescence. I also, thank you. I also advise on TAF's Youth Mental Health Study and today's summit. I'm excited to introduce this next set of spotlights that bridge academic research and community change. These are evidence-based practices developed for the AAPI community by AAPI scholars and clinicians. While some young people undoubtedly need clinical support for their acute mental health challenges, there are powerful, non-clinical, but still evidence-backed research to support mental health and well-being of our young people through these non-clinical approaches. For example, as you saw, and as TAF's research shows, almost half of AAPI youth struggle with talking about their mental health with their parents. And as many of us can relate, Asian parents can also have trouble opening up about mental health. Right now, we're going to hear from a program that helps AAPI parents and teens connect and talk. Please welcome one of my fellow TAF youth mental health academic advisors, Dr. Cindy Liu, to share about the BOBA project.
Hi, everyone. This is me in the first grade. I grew up in a predominantly white neighborhood in Minnesota and was raised by two immigrant parents. And there was this one day in the first grade we had to walk into the classroom and take part in this affirmation exercise. We all sat around in a circle. And when it was my turn to get the affirmation, Beth B., who sat right across from me, exclaimed, "I appreciate Cindy because she is Black." And I remember looking down, it's okay to laugh. I remember looking down and feeling confused and surprised. The thing is, this wasn't the first time that I was misidentified. When I told my teachers that my family was from Taiwan, they thought I was from Thailand. Some people thought I was a Korean adoptee and so that my parents were white. And as Asian Americans, we are visible and invisible. Even first graders know the Black and white binary. And we are lumped together, we are erased. And as a first grader, I knew that I was not going to tell my parents what had happened. Because I wasn't sure if they were going to be upset or angry or if they were going to dismiss my confusion. So I stayed completely silent. Fast forward to the pandemic, there was anti-Asian hate that was being widely publicized. And as a mother of two kids, I had to explain to them, why was it that there were these Stop AAPI signs that were in our neighborhood? And as a researcher who's been studying Asian American families for almost 20 years, I knew that families were struggling not just with racism, but also in communicating with their youth about topics that were really relevant to them. And so I teamed up with my collaborator, Dr. Tiffany Yip, who's here today, and we decided that we were going to study identity, discrimination, family conversations, and its impact on youth mental health. And we decided that we were going to pitch the study to NIH, and that it would be a long shot. And this is the reason why. Over a 25-year period, NIH committed only 0.17% of their overall budget to Asian American health. Philanthropy is actually no better. It's 0.2% committed to Asian American causes. This is a fraction of a penny to the dollar and is absolutely abysmal. So the odds were against us in getting this NIH grant. It turns out in 2022, we found out we got the grant on the first try. Yeah. We are now in year 4 out of a 5-year project, which we refer to as the BOBA project, or Building Our Bonds Authentically. And to our knowledge, we are the largest NIH-funded study on Asian American teen mental health. So we've enrolled 800 research participants in this study. We've worked with and over 100 students, staff, and faculty have contributed to this project, the large majority of whom are Asian American. We've also had 40 teenagers, high school students who have served on our youth advisory board. And this project is unique, not just because of its size, and not only because it's so meaningful to us in working on this project, but because of the way that we've collected the data and the experience that we created for families in order to be able to understand the conversations they have about identity and race. So what is it that we do with families? We ask them to meet us over Zoom for a 40-minute Zoom session. And during this time, we have a facilitator who walks through the parent and the teen in having 3 5-minute conversations. And they're asked to reflect on a hypothetical situation related to race. And we ask the parent and the teen to share with each other what would they do and how would they feel if they were to encounter this type of situation. And we have them make sure to know that there are no right or wrong answers in their discussion, and to also be curious with one another. At this point, the facilitator leaves the Zoom room, and we have the families just talk like they would normally talk, but with this structure. And we record the session as well, but again, with their permission. So they're talking, and we're watching hundreds of these conversations. And the one thing that I want to mention is that this is not an intervention. We didn't try to create something that would have an effect on them. We were merely just trying to observe their conversations. But with like many scientific breakthroughs, we stumbled upon a really happy, interesting, accidental finding. And what that is that a week later, after they had this conversation, we asked them and we said, hey, how was that activity that you took part in? And what we found were remarkable results. Over 90% of the parents felt that the conversation was really valuable, and 75% of the teenagers felt the same way. 70% of the parents said they were more likely to have conversations about challenging topics, and almost 50% of the teens also said this as well. I had teens coming to me saying, you know, I did that BOBA project with my dad, and it changed our relationship. We're so close now. And I didn't know that we shared the same values. I had another teen who came up to me and she said, hey, Cindy, I did the BOBA project 2 weeks ago. And ever since then, my mom started to share more about her childhood with me. And I've asked these questions and we've just been talking so much more, and I've gotten to know my mom so much better. As a mom of a teenager, I'm delighted to hear that teenagers want to talk to their parents. This is truly remarkable. And the thing that we've discovered is that families don't avoid talking about identity or race because they don't care. It's because they just don't know how to start. And what we've been able to do is create a structure and create the conditions for them to be able to start. And we've given them permission to do this. So families have said, how can we get more families to take part in this? And so we have a couple of ideas. One, we'd like to develop this into an intervention, given that the results have been so remarkable for us. And so we'd love to be able to part with community organizations to be able to design and implement a program that would allow these families to experience this conversation and to model for themselves what it would be like to have this conversation. A second direction that we're hoping to go towards is actually to leverage AI. Now, we've already started to leverage AI in our data analysis and our processing, and it's been really transformative when it comes to thinking about the ways that we do the scientific work. It's really just transformed that process. We're also recognizing, too, that AI can be a tool for being able to create the conditions and a situation for families to be able to practice and rehearse these conversations before they take place in real life. And so we have data that can be developed to provide a evidence-based chatbot. And again, this practice can really empower parents and families to be able to think through how to actually have these conversations before doing them in real life. So we are currently now about to finish our study. We have one more year left. And as you know, federal funding is declining right now. And so we're really challenged with thinking about how to be able to build upon the amazing data that we do have. And I look forward to partnering with many of you and to have conversations later today to think more about how can we actually build upon this data and try to scale it and create bigger impacts to families. When Beth B. made her remark to me, I was stunned and I had no words. But at this point, having conducted the study and watching hundreds of these conversations in these families, it's so invigorating. And what I realize is that we really do have the words. We don't have to stay silent. And so building our bonds authentically has been our mission, and we've really felt like people have been very authentic in the ways that they've been able to have these conversations. Again, it's not that they don't care, we just really have to unlock for people how to actually carry this out. And so I look forward to talking with all of you to really think through how can we design, implement, and scale this work to be able to bring about these authentic conversations one family at a time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cindy, for sharing that really innovative and powerful project with us. And we are looking forward to seeing where it goes. Now we're going to hear about an approach that can reduce depression, PTSD symptoms, and anxiety. Please welcome Dr. William Tsai, who is the director of the Culture, Emotion, and Health Lab at New York University.
Hi, everybody. With just a simple notebook and a pen, we can change how we feel and how we think. Let me tell you how. We know that AAPI youth are struggling, with rates of depression, anxiety, and even thoughts of suicide rising faster in our community than compared to almost any other group. But here's the paradox. Despite these challenges, they're also among the least likely to seek help. So the question becomes, how can we give our youth a culturally sensitive and evidence-based way to process their negative emotions, even when they're not ready for therapy? As they often tell us, my parents won't understand, therapy's not for me, or I don't want to bother anyone. And that's where expressive writing comes in. Expressive writing is deceptively simple. For just 30 minutes each week, over 4 consecutive weeks, people are invited to reveal their deepest emotions and thoughts about something stressful over writing. This method was first developed by Professor James Pennebaker over 3 decades ago. In his first few studies of expressive writing, he found that college students who completed this intervention reported reductions in depression and anxiety, and some even reported visiting the doctor's office fewer times in the months after, suggesting that not only is it good for mental health, it can help with immune functioning and physical health. Since then, hundreds of researchers across the world have contributed to a large body of research evidence showing that expressive writing is effective in improving psychological well-being and reducing symptoms of depression, anxiety, and PTSD. And some researchers have even found that it's helpful for improving the quality of life of people with various medical conditions, such as people with cancer and diabetes. And that researchers have also identified that this works for people with a variety of different types of stressful experiences, ranging from bereavement to marital distress to various types of trauma. Expressive writing works because it gives people an opportunity to express their negative emotions when they may have otherwise kept them hidden from other people and even themselves. Expressive writing has been found to be a safe way to process distress, and for Asian Americans, it could be a culturally sensitive way to express emotions without violating the cultural norms of wanting to save face or protect social harmony. And sometimes writing can help in ways that people can't. It doesn't judge, it doesn't interrupt. And for our API youth in particular, we know that there's oftentimes a cultural emphasis on wanting to withhold their distress from others because they don't want to burden others or disrupt the social harmony. And here in my lab at New York University, we wanted to go beyond just confirming that expressive writing works for API youth. We asked some deeper questions. How exactly does writing help people? And can we use that knowledge to maximize the benefits of expressive writing for this population? We didn't want to just test the traditional expressive writing approach that's focused solely on expressing negative emotions, because we didn't believe there was a one-size-fits-all approach to healing through writing. Instead, we wanted to find the quote-unquote best writing recipe and tailor it for API youth. Findings from my lab have shown that people report better mental health when they process their negative emotions and cope with stress and regulate their emotions in ways that are a fit with their values and norms. So we redesigned and reimagined the expressive writing prompts, which are the instructions that people read before they start writing, by intentionally weaving in a cultural focus on collective well-being, on family and peer relationships. And we tested different types of prompts where we asked participants to write a helpful letter addressed to another student who might be experiencing a similar problem. We asked them to share any advice, any words of encouragement, essentially anything they wish they would have known themselves before their own problems have started. And then we tested these culturally grounded writing approaches against the traditional expressive writing focus on negative emotions. And what do we find? Well, across a series of studies, we found that writing that was associated with family, with peer relationships, and when they wrote about times when they were able to help somebody else, even though they were struggling themselves, this type of writing was associated with greater reductions in depression and anxiety. And in some of our laboratories-based studies, we even find that they recovered more quickly, physiologically, to different stressful experiences we exposed them to. In short, writing that felt like home resulted in deeper and more meaningful changes. And we didn't see these benefits not just in the surveys that we administered before and after the studies. We also saw them in the actual reflections themselves. Here I have an excerpt written by a 20-year-old Chinese American woman who participated in one of our studies. She wrote about her time providing care to her mother, who has recently been diagnosed with breast cancer. She wrote, "One of the best things that has come out of this experience is that my family has become closer. I strongly believe that my mom's diagnosis has deepened our mother-daughter relationship in the most significant way. Before her diagnosis, my mom was my caregiver. After her diagnosis, I saw a shift in our roles. I became her primary emotional support. I think we've also become closer as a family through this experience. After my mom had her mastectomy, I was in the room with her post-surgery. I felt like that was the first time my mom had expressed so much emotion to me and sought my help emotionally, which is not common in some Asian families and Asian culture in general." What's so striking about this reflection is that it's really not about cancer. Instead, it's more about her stronger bond, the new shared values, and the new relationship and experiences that she has with her mom. And that's what expressive writing does best. It helps us transform our stories. Expressive writing shows us that healing doesn't have to be expensive or complicated. The act of writing will not erase pain, nor will it replace the importance of professional mental health services. But one written word at a time, it can help us transform our negative emotions and distressing thoughts into something that's lighter, with more connections, values, and meanings. So perhaps for some of our API youth, healing doesn't have to begin in the clinic with a diagnosis or even in conversation with somebody. Perhaps healing can begin with just a simple notebook, a pen, in a private moment of reflection between themselves and their words. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. I love how your writing prompts can also help people explore their parent-child relationships. I'm a parenting and culture researcher, so that really hits the right spot. Now we're going to hear about an approach that helps AAPI youth, alongside elder community members, start to open up about racism and heal from within their communities. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Annie Saw from the HOPE program, who is going to share about radical healing.
Thanks so much. Let me start with a story. For as long as Rachel could remember in her childhood, she says, I felt othered no matter what I did. At just 7 years old, Rachel remembers struggling in school because English was her first language. She remembers comments like, her eyes look different. She and her mother are prostitutes. By middle school, Rachel had learned to hide parts of herself. She changed the way she spoke to sound whiter. She begged her parents to drive 40 minutes to the mall so she could buy clothes to fit in better with her white peers. When Rachel got to college, she hoped she'd finally find community among other Korean Americans. But instead, she was told, you're just a white girl in an Asian girl's body. These moments really impacted Rachel's sense of herself and her identity as a Korean American. She self-isolated. She struggled a lot with severe social anxiety. But years later, as a young adult, she decided to give herself one last shot at finding community. She moved to Koreatown, Los Angeles, and there she discovered our HOPE program, offered through the Koreatown Youth and Community Center. Sitting in a room with other Korean Americans, Rachel listened to different but equally powerful stories of racism and of healing and resilience. Rachel, through the HOPE program, found the belonging, the community she was searching for. She found a space to cultivate her cultural and her ethnic identity. In these spaces, Rachel found healing. She found connection. And she says that she had never thought to think of a better future for herself, to imagine a future where things could be different than what she experienced. Through HOPE, Rachel found what she was looking for, and that's what we want for other Asian American communities. The AAPI Equity Alliance, a coalition of 50 Asian American and Pacific Islander serving organizations in Los Angeles County, teamed up with a group of psychologists, including me, with support from the California Department of Social Services. Together, we created HOPE, Healing Our People Through Engagement, a group-based intervention that integrates psychological theories and research with community perspectives and cultural wisdom. At the heart of HOPE is the concept of radical healing. Unlike traditional approaches that tend to focus on coping with pain, radical healing is about becoming whole in the face of racism. It's about drawing strength from our roots, our cultures, our communities, and our shared experiences. The word radical comes from the Latin root radix, meaning root. True healing, then, means tackling racism at its roots so that current and future generations can thrive. Our HOPE program consists of 6 sessions that are facilitated by trusted members of distinct Asian American communities. Sessions center on creating connections of trust, safety, and authenticity, sharing and listening to each other's stories for support, reflecting on individual and family stories of strength and resilience, encouraging and promoting critical consciousness so that we can begin to explore and eventually tackle the systemic issues that impact our communities, learning to care for ourselves and each other while catalyzing community change, and finally, dreaming for our collective wellness and our freedom. In just 2 years, HOPE has been implemented by 6 of our partner organizations in Cambodian, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Filipino, and Pan-Asian ethnic communities. we have had over 100 community members participate, ranging from age 18 to 81. We've translated our program materials into 5 Asian languages. And our pilot data are promising. Participants are reporting decreases in depression, anxiety, and stress symptoms, and increases in life satisfaction, hope, and in community participation. And our work is just beginning. With new partnerships and new philanthropic investment, we're expanding beyond Los Angeles County into Texas, where community and mental health resources tends to be more limited for Asian Americans. Because what we hope others can learn from our experiences with this program is that addressing intergenerational, collective, and historical trauma, creating spaces for connection and developing cultural pride, and also spaces for collective healing can help promote better mental health for our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander youth and beyond. We hope that what you'll learn from Rachel's story is this. It might have started with isolation, but it ends with connection. And true healing then needs to be not an individual act, but a collective one. Thank you.
Our next conversation is scaling youth mental health support in schools. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Taft Director of Education, April Yee.
Hi, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. Feel free to keep eating, have good snacks. Good afternoon, and welcome to Scaling Youth Mental Health Support in Schools. Across the country, schools are on the front lines of meeting young people right where they are and supporting their mental health. For API students especially, as we've been hearing all day, the needs have never been greater, yet many schools are really struggling to meet students and meet the growing needs that they have. So today, we're going to hear from leaders who are helping schools rise to this challenge through partnerships, technology, and advocacy that are scaling what works. So please join me in welcoming our Breakthrough Lab contributors, Dr. Juliana Chen, the Chief Medical Officer at Cartwheel Care, Perry Chen, Director of Programs and Partnerships for Behavioral Health at Blue Shield of California. Rachel Miller, founder and CEO of Close Gap. And Meena Srinivasan, founding executive director of Transformative Educational Leadership and co-founder and founding board member of the Thich Nhat Hanh School of Interbeing. So welcome this amazing group of people. So take your seats. First, let's hear from these amazing panelists, and you can continue the conversations after. And let's just start off with why schools matter, for APIA youth mental health. We spent most of our morning hearing about research and hearing about community-based solutions. So now we're asking, what role can and should schools play for our kids' mental health? So Perry, I'd love to start with you. Blue Shield has been deeply involved in expanding access to mental health supports across the state here in California. Can you share about this work and kind of why you focused on schools when it comes to youth mental health? And then tell us a little bit about what you've learned about API students in particular, but I don't want to overwhelm. So let's just start first. Share about the work and why you've been focused on schools.
Great, thank you. So great to see everyone here, sort of, with the bright lights. And thank you, Meena, for opening up so beautifully. At Blue Shield, we launched what we call the Blue Sky Initiative in 2019. Because we had studied and seen that the California youth mental health system was graded a D. It hasn't improved that much since then. I think we're at a D+ now. But we thought this is an area that both, I think, aligns with for Blue Shield and what we want to get involved with, but also is a place where we can make a lot of impact. And when we ask about why schools, I think there are 7 million young people in K-12 in California. We're the largest state school system in the country. And then you multiply that, by every state, and you think about the supermajority of young people are in schools almost every day. And where could you make the biggest impact For me, and I've spent about 30 years in children and youth, in direct services, but also in policy and systems. Systems changes is amazing. And I want to, before I talk about Blue Sky, I do want to say, a lot of times as investors or funders or people working, we think about where's the unicorn? You hear this, and I hear unicorn so much, it's like, well, that's not a unicorn, because a unicorn is I never, ever see it, or maybe it comes around once in my lifetime, right? I think when you spot those things and you think about how can I change the entire system for the most kids for as deep as possible, like that's the kind of ride that is amazing. Mm-hmm. And I've seen it a few times in my career, and I don't see it again. And so oftentimes I ask myself, will this ever come around again? Like in California, will we ever see a $5 billion investment in young people's mental health to actually change that system? And when you change a system, I think about this. I don't know if anyone here watched Game of Thrones, but when Daenerys Targaryen says, I don't want to stop the wheel, I want to break the wheel. Mm-hmm. And that's what I think about a lot. It's like, I don't want to keep doing things the way we've been doing them because it isn't the way that's been working for young people. And you can see from the study out here that it's not working for them right now. Mm-hmm. So what can you do to break that wheel? And at the same time, when you spot the actual unicorn, that's the moment, this short window that may not come around again in our lifetime, to actually jump in and change it. Mm-hmm. And I think that's why I think schools are the right place. Mm-hmm. For us at Blue Shield, we launched the Blue Sky Initiative. We're centered around 3 pillars: access, awareness, and advocacy. And like any overthought logic model, many, many variants of all that. But in our 5 years so far, we've served 25,000 plus youth and educators with services in schools. We've had 30,000 plus counseling sessions. Maybe we can go to the next slide. I can talk a little bit about. We've trained over 8,000 educators in youth mental health first aid. And we support over 160 on-campus clubs across the state for young people to advocate for their own youth mental health changes. And this is really like a multi-pronged approach to like, how do you support young people in schools with their mental health needs? Before I turn it back, I think I also want to talk about this youth survey that we just released about 4 weeks ago. It's the Blue Sky Youth Mental Health Survey. I think there's a probably QR code link that you can get the full survey. But I wanted to sort of distill and filter and disaggregate the data for AA and HPI youth. Mm-hmm. What's interesting is a lot of the statistics are similar to when you talk to youth, the youth population as a whole. 93% of young people tell us that they are experiencing a mental health challenge on a monthly basis. For AA and HPI youth, stress is the highest in the 79%. Anxiety is very high as well. 1 in 4 rate their mental health as fair or poor, and that tracks with, I think, the overall population. 55% are spending more than 4 hours a day on social media. I think as a Gen Xer, I'm like, oh, but as a Gen Z person, probably like, that's all. And I think that what was interesting, these last couple stats, I think, gave us some pause. So 17% say that they actually use mental health apps. That was maybe a little lower than I had expected. We put some big bets on mental health apps in this state. And so, chicken, egg, are they not using it because they don't want to use it and they don't know about it? Are they not using it because it's not the mode that they prefer to receive their help in? The last 2 stats I'll just highlight here. 44% said embarrassment or stigma was an obstacle to seeking help. And this is for young people that actually did go out and seek help. That's a turnaround from the trend we've been seeing over the last 4 or 5 years, where we had been hearing that it had become much more normalized, that stigma didn't feel like it was a big issue for Gen Z. To see this sort of U-turn in this spike, this is the highest obstacle that we saw in our young people, both overall and AA and HPI. I think we can conjecture something to do with the environment. If you feel that there's an environment where what you do and your privacy information is being used against you, this can obviously be part of the reason why it's becoming a bigger obstacle. And then I'll leave you with this. 59% of young people said, and AA and HPI young people said, their preferred way of getting help for mental health is face-to-face and in person. That is also a little surprising, I think. But then it's not. If you think about who are these young people, they're the ones that went through remote schooling. They're the ones that maybe didn't have a graduation. They didn't have a prom. They didn't have sports. They didn't have friends that they could go over and see. There's a big drop from after this. 59% say they like face-to-face. When you say to, say, telephone, it's 19%. When you say to video or text, it goes down to 11%. And so where I want to leave this is to say, we should be listening to young people about how they want to get help. I think today at this conference, we're going to hear a lot about like the stressors and the things that are really impacting our young people on their mental health. We should be listening to like, how do they say they want to get support?
Thank you, Perry. That's a perfect transition, actually. I mean, such great data to share. And thank you for disaggregating your statewide data to actually help us look at the API student level data. That's often, something that we don't get to see. So really appreciate you for doing that. But to this point here around listening and meeting students, where they are and giving them the supports that they need, oftentimes educators don't necessarily know what students are wanting or needing. And so this is the perfect transition to Rachel here on the stage. Your team at Close Gap has really done this. You've developed a tool that helps educators understand in real time what young people need through these daily check-ins. So can you tell us about this sort of real-time work and why it's so critical?
Yeah, and we'll start with a stat that really grounds our work, which is 50% of all lifetime cases of mental health challenges will emerge by the age of 14, and 75% will emerge by the age of 24. So when we're talking about mental health, we're actually talking about a youth problem. This is something that happens early on in the life cycle, and of course, this is where schools play a huge role because that's where students spend so much of their time. And then another stat that we really like to focus on is that the average delay between the onset of mental health symptoms and intervention is 11 years. So if a young person shows some sort of depressive symptomology or behavioral issue or some sort of need, it's going to take us 11 years to get support in place. So we are really bad at early intervention, and we really don't have the mechanisms in place to catch the students who are struggling the most. And so at Close Gap, what we wanted to do was just build a really simple solution to give young people the opportunity to reflect on what's going on in their lives, and then of course ask for help if they need it. And so we call these check-ins, and they take about 2 minutes, and we ask, how are you feeling? What's up with your friends? What's up at home? Are you struggling with belonging, loneliness, all developmentally appropriate across PK to 12. So the check-ins look very different depending on the age band, as they should.
There's like emojis, right? Sometimes, yeah.
Yes, so it can be very, very different, and we have to be cool for our high school students, so.
What does that look like? I don't even know.
You know what? We're still
tips.
learning.
Okay,
We're still learning. Yeah. We're still
okay.
So we take all of that data, we triage it, we organize it, and we make it really easy for teachers and school counselors to intervene. And so I always say that our job is to build the safe digital space where young people feel comfy sharing, regardless of the quality or the severity of need. And so, one check-in could look like, I got in a fight with my mom, I didn't sleep very well, and I'm annoyed. Beautiful. Now that student's teacher knows, have some grace today. They're not doing great. And then another check-in might look like, I saw a movie about someone cutting themselves, and I keep getting bullied for my weight, and sometimes I want to harm myself too. And so in that instance, the school counselor comes in, the school psychologist, and of course, it gets escalated as it should. And so at this point, we've captured over 9 million check-ins, which I think is a real testament to giving young people the opportunity to ask for what they need and what kind of care that they want. And we've really learned that intentionally designed, evidence-based, and developmentally appropriate check-ins can really be the way to surface need and offer that support in real time.
It's amazing. I just think about, I know you've shared with me off stage that sort of through doing this, educators now, they have such limited capacity, they have limited time, like they know who needs their help that day. I mean, everyone needs their help all the days, but like they really are able to find the students who they should focus on that day. And then I know you also did the disaggregating of data. Thank you very much to help us understand the API students in your 9 million sample or across the country. And can you share a bit about that? Because I thought it was super compelling and aligned with some of our research in our Beyond the Surface study.
Absolutely. So what we found when we dug into our AAPI check-ins is that actually 60% of those check-ins showed some form of need. So whether that be, mild, moderate to severe, we found, okay, these students actually need some help. And of course, that number is far higher than any of us would want. And then we decided to dig into what was causing the most distress. Mm-hmm. We found a lot of things. I'll just highlight a couple on this stage. But what we found was distress levels spiked a lot when parental pressure or familial pressure came up. And so that was only reported in about 12% of our AAPI check-ins. However, when it was mentioned, it increased our triage scoring by about 50 points and left 50% of those students in a really high-risk category. And so it doesn't show up all the time, but when it does show up, it really spikes distress levels and needs to be focused on. And then we wanted to dig into microaggressions and racism. Mm-hmm. And what we found was that 15% of our AAPI check-ins mentioned microaggressions or racism. Mm-hmm. And it left, upwards of 45% of students in a high-risk triage category. And our team actually wanted to share some quotes just to give a little more color around this. And I think what's really meaningful with check-ins is that we can ask students, put this in your own words, tell us what's going on. Mm-hmm. And so here is a quote that a 6th grade student shared with us. And I'll let everyone read that. And then we also have another quote that a 5th grade student shared with us. Mm-hmm. And this is not at all what we would ever want for our young people. Mm-hmm. And what feels really important to us these days at Close Gap is to continue building these safe digital spaces where trusted adults in the school building can come in and offer support at whatever level of need is required. And we often, in mental health, we get very excitable about, clinical outcomes and these sorts of things, which as we should, that's a part of the population that we absolutely need to focus on. And yet we see check-ins like this, and these students are obviously struggling, but a clinical outcome is not what we're looking for. We actually need a community-based outcome. Mm-hmm. And so that's where facilitating care in the school building and just kind of turning on that light of community-based support can really change outcomes over the long haul.
Thank you. This is really compelling and aligned with a lot of the work that we are doing at the Asian American Foundation. As you may know, TAF was started, in response to the rise in anti-Asian hate, and there's a thread of our work that's focused on young people experiencing those kind of microaggressions and discrimination in school, and bullying, and is kind of a thing that I don't know that how many people are still thinking about, but it's still very relevant for our kids, and it's a part of the experience that they're facing that affects their mental health. So for better or worse, those quotes really did resonate with what we have been focused on, and appreciate you sharing those and lifting them up. And to your point, though, there are some, much more kind of clinical, needs and supports that are necessary that are beyond the school setting. And so that's also a really helpful transition. Our producers are good at this, to, help us understand, what we can do, in addition. So of course, schools don't have that kind of equipment, or educators are not equipped with that clinical care necessarily. So that's where Juliana's work comes in. Juliana, can you share about the work that you're doing to kind of bridge that gap between schools and the clinical care that some students really do need?
Yes, of course. And if I can zoom out a little bit, you all, and over the course of the day, have painted, I think, a really incredible picture. Rachel, Perry, April, around why we care so much about youth mental health, AAPI mental health, and the challenges that the current system brings, and why we care so much about schools. So Cartwheel is a virtual mental health practice that partners exclusively with school districts nationally to bring high quality mental health supports because of the fact that so many kids we know are in need. And something that we found, I mean, a few years ago when we were first thinking about even building Cartwheel, I agree with you. I did not watch Game of Thrones, Perry, but I will say I agree with you that there's a lot that's broken. And what was the quote that you said, that we want to break?
She didn't want to just stop the wheel. She wanted to break the wheel.
Break the wheel. Yeah. So I guess I'll take that quote, even though I didn't see the show. I don't know that at Cartwheel we want to break the wheel per se, though I do think there's a lot that's broken. But can we hold on to the things that are working and think about innovative different ways to do things, because the current system isn't necessarily addressing every solution, right? We see all these kids in need, as Closed Gap has found. So how can we help them? So we partner with school districts so that when a teacher, a counselor, a parent has a worry about a child, when they identify a need, they can refer them quickly to mental health treatment through Cartwheel without a wait list. We're like a virtual mental health partner. And what we know is most kids have that 11-year gap. And 11 years in a child's life, I would say 6 months, 2 months in a child's life is too long to wait. So the goal is, can we build a system that retains the stuff that we know works well? We have lots of great evidence-based tools for screening, for skill building, but bring them those tools faster, right? That's the part that you're trying to break the system a little bit. Can we have a system that doesn't have wait lists for care? We built a system where we see all kids in need, regardless of insurance, because we wanted an equitable system. We have extended clinic hours. We're a virtual practice, but our virtual clinic, so to speak, sees kids and families after schools and weekends. About 90% of our care is after school and weekends, because we want to meet kids and families where they are and not disrupt them during the school day. We actually want to support academic learning, social connection, et cetera. We tried to build, and one of my goals when we first built Cartwheel is to build a diverse care team. So about 40% of our care team identifies as bicultural, tricultural, minority identifying in some way, to try to more closely mirror the communities that we served. And then really at the center, which I should have said at the beginning, is acknowledging the fact that in every mental health system where I've worked, in private practice, group practice, hospitals, clinics, what have you, schools, everyone, I think, is doing incredible work, like everywhere. But everyone is fairly siloed, and on the payer side too, right? Everyone's working really, really hard, but we're all siloed. And something that we heard from schools across the country was that same silo. They'd say, we were worried about a kid, we want to send them somewhere. We either have no one to send them to, or we have this place to send them, but the wait list is 2 months, 6 months, 9 months, or a year. Or we send them to this clinic, and not faulting the wonderful providers out there who are doing that work, but we send them somewhere and then we don't know what happened, right? We sent them, or I know they engaged in care, but then, I find out now that they stopped going 2 months ago. So Cartwheel built a model where not only do we not have wait lists, and that we see all kids regardless of insurance, including underinsured and uninsured, is that collaboration is at the center. We want to break down the walls that typically silos the care that we provide. And this is happy to tell folks about it more later, because I know we're short on time, but we built our own technology platform so that our district partners through that platform can refer to us quickly. We automatically reach out to families within seconds of getting that referral. And through that portal, families and school counselors, district leaders can kind of track both individual care, keeping HIPAA compliant things private, but they can see, did the family make it to the intake? Did they no-show? Can the school and Cartwheel work together to help families who are struggling to engage in care get back into care? Because a lot of times the struggle is not lack of interest, et cetera, but just help getting there, so to speak. So really broadly, we started in Massachusetts just a little over 3 years ago. We're now in 15 states, partnered with 325 school districts. We've seen over 11,000 kids in the last 3 years, and I'm incredibly proud to say that we serve almost 60% Medicaid population, 10% uninsured or underinsured. and 8.5% of our sessions are delivered in a language other than English, to try to support those communities and families who often have the hardest time connecting with care. So one way of not being a single point solution, but being hopefully a solution to integrate within schools and communities and within the other amazing resources and structures that exist through different models and different organizations, so that we aren't so siloed and that kids aren't having to wait 11 years to get into care.
Awesome. That's so exciting. 3 years, such growth. That just really
been a little fast.
reflects the need.
Yes.
Can you share about your API students? I know you looked at some of the, data as well, and how is this changing what's possible for, particularly the API students and families?
Yeah.
I know that was, you kind of referenced the language piece, but, what can you share there?
Of course. And it's still newer for us, but as I mentioned, we've seen 11,000 students in care. And I think they had maybe wanted me to mention the clinical outcome. And agree, it's not all about the clinical outcome, the community too, but for kids who maybe are struggling from more significant mental health symptoms, who want to see that the care we're providing is quality care, evidence-based, and making a difference, right? So we're seeing almost 60% reduction in anxiety and a 3 times reduction in students struggling with moderate to severe depression. And I don't think we have a slide on this, but briefly, in addition to clinical outcome, particularly when you're thinking about partnering with schools, they really also we want to think about things like school attendance, school avoidance, absenteeism. So what we're seeing, this is newer data that we have just this year, that we're seeing a 44% reduction in students who are struggling with absenteeism, and an 84% decrease in students who are struggling with behavioral incidents. So however much they presented at the start, before treatment, and then what they're demonstrating after, which makes a huge difference when we're thinking not just about their mental health and emotional wellness, but their ability to show up in school, to engage, to learn. And then I think there was perhaps a slide on AAPI. We also started to disaggregate the data, and some of this was new for me, to be honest, because some of our data is so new. But Cartwheel, really happy to say that we are engaging AAPI students and families in a way that meets or exceeds the national average when you look at PK through 12 percentages. This might be a little bit hard to read. I had both the Massachusetts Care Bar and the National Cartwheel Care Bar, because we've been in Massachusetts for 3.5 years. Nationally, in some states we've only been there for maybe a year or 2, but we're meeting those families. We're meeting or exceeding the national average, and I think that is a really powerful indicator that when the cliche of it takes a village, but I think when the village comes together and works together, we're meeting students and families where they are, when we're partnering closely with schools, where students spend the majority of their time, it can actually help those families who often struggle to get access, perhaps be identified earlier, be referred for care earlier, and engage in care in a way that actually provides quality outcome.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. You talked about the village.
Yes.
And I definitely want to hear talk about Mina's work, because it's so relevant to the village. We've been talking about, how schools can support young people, of course, whether it's through counselors or educators or, clinicians being in touch, but what about the educators themselves? And so I really want to hear, Mina, can you please share, you really focus on the healing that adults need to have so that they can support students to thrive. And can you share what that looks like, and how do you help create a culture of care?
Yeah. Well, thank you, April. And I want to just acknowledge all of my fellow panelists who've come before and the amazing work that you're doing. So we at Transformative Educational Leadership, we really believe that education is at the heart of social change, and transforming our world really happens through transforming education. And if we really want to invest in youth mental health, then we have to invest in the adults who are caring for young people every day. The research is so clear that adult well-being, educator emotional intelligence, is one of the strongest predictors of student well-being and student academic success. And I feel like the word that is kind of the through line for me since the morning is belonging. Like, what is mental health? What is youth mental health? What is this in service of? And I always think about my work, which a lot of it is in the tier 1 social and emotional learning work. And Actually, Perry and I worked together in Oakland 12 years ago. And Transformative Educational Leadership, the organization I co-founded, really grew out of my experiences, boots on the ground in Oakland, also where I met April. And what I saw there is that if schools are to be communities where no child wonders, do I belong, then we have to have leaders that really embody emotional intelligence and an equity consciousness. Right now, 80% of our school leaders are white-bodied, and majority of them don't feel like they can meet the needs of our students of color, which are exponentially growing in population. And so Transformative Educational Leadership was really founded to fill that gap of supporting school leaders who ultimately, at the end of the day, they're the ones that are making decisions around prioritizing youth mental health. And so we founded the organization to really fill this gap. And since its inception 7 years ago, we've worked with 182 leaders. Majority of our leaders are leaders of color, and they've impacted more than 1.5 million students. And these leaders, also principal retention is a big issue. I think the average tenure of a principal is 4 years. Superintendent, I think it's 2 years. And when leaders leave schools or school districts, it's incredibly destabilizing. And so our leaders have really increased their personal well-being, their relationships, improvement in addressing leadership challenges, because leadership is also lonely. And so being able to be part of a community of school leaders where they get training on emotional intelligence, equity-based decision-making, and really get the support needed to implement systems of care like we've heard about that directly impact the lives of students. So I'll pause right there because I think we're way over.
Way
I could talk
over.
a lot more about TEL, but
we'll get there. We'll get there. And I thought we're going to open up the space for the questions in the audience, and perhaps people ask about TEL or other kinds of things that we've been talking about. We really want to bring you all in. I know I have multiple things I would love to hear more from, but we want your feedback and your thoughts. So do we have, yes, we have hands and we have microphones. So folks are coming down.
This is the lighting.
Okay, why don't you, go right down in there.
Oh, sure. Sorry, my name's Mare. I have a community action group for youth mental health in Palo Alto. I lost my son 8 years ago. And so I am really intrigued by the closed gap. And I'm just wondering, because we always run into a lot of, issues with parents sharing information about their kid with other parents, information about your kid being shared with the school and how the school would handle that, and your kid getting, othered or whatever. So it's just a really, actually kind of straightforward question, but how did you break that barrier with schools and privacy? Because so much of the stuff that I think would be great to do, falls apart.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question and for sharing your story. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is one of the big nuances of our work. So I don't know if I can say we've solved it, but I will say a part of our DNA is really to honor the school environment and all that it can be, going back to that question that we started with, and then also honoring the familial environment and what needs to be protected and honored in that container as well. And so, kind of legally, we're FERPA, COPPA, we're compliant, and we really take great care in the sort of data we're collecting, who it goes to in the school building, so not everyone's seeing all of the data, and then what's being done with that data. So, what kind of protocols and procedures are then taken after that check-in has been completed. And I think, something that we share with our schools is please invite parents and caregivers and guardians to your students' accounts. Honestly, it's about 1% to 2% where parents are connected to a student account. So again, I can't sit up here and pretend like we've cracked that nut, but I think it's really, it's just a nuance of our work. If we're going to love kids and build the tools that they desperately need, a part of that work is going to be meeting families where they are, meeting schools where they are. And it's just a weird kind of amorphous experience that we're going to have in our work. So I don't know if that answers it, but
I think it sounds like it's case by case as well, probably.
Absolutely.
A lot of that.
Yeah.
What's the question, the microphone. Thank you for the question. I think it's a really important one. Sure.
You want me to stand? Sophia from Room to Breathe Project. This is also a question for Closed Gap, but maybe perhaps all of you can answer it. I'm really curious about sort of the other end of the mental health spectrum. So I'm curious if you can recall any examples of what like a positive student check-in sounds like. Like, what are those students saying? Who are they? What are their life experiences? Because sometimes I just get worried that our conversations are too far in the how do we take somebody from like -10 to 0 instead of looking at and then how do we continue to grow and thrive from there. So I think some positive examples would help.
I love that question.
And perhaps that's a question for everybody too.
I think that's a question for everyone because health, like we talk about mental health as though that's an inherently problematized, issue, but this notion of health and wellness, I really appreciate. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in, and it's great to see you. Hi. I love that you brought this into the space because you're right. We always talk about it as if it's like this negative thing, and it's not. It's just part of the human experience. So something we recently built was AI-generated summaries to like let teachers and school counselors and then even administrators know what's going on in their student population. And a big part of that, of course, was to surface need, but also surface when students need a high five or a hug because they're doing better or because they have something to celebrate. And so something we'll see in our check-ins that we just love, I'm like smiling at our team because we all geek out on this stuff, is like, I did really well on my math test. Like that deserves a high five from the teacher or anyone else in the school building. Or I was getting in a fight with my best friend and we finally figured it out. Or, oh, I was so afraid of my soccer game and it went so well. And so that's kind of what it looks like for us. And yeah, I think more of the conversation actually does need to skew in that direction.
Yeah. Other thoughts? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, maybe zooming out to a macro level, again, with our mental health survey that we just released, we were really surprised to see like 2/3 of young people said they're really optimistic, right? And we're like, oh, that's not a headline. No, but I mean, this is for us. We're saying, oh, something's working, right? And for me, like spending almost 30 years in the youth field, I would say, we have come a long way with social emotional learning. We've come a long way with community schools. We've come a long way with social determinants of health, and really thinking of these things not so much in silos, but how do we wrap around the whole child, right? And so I hope that some of what we're seeing at maybe the aggregate level is that our interventions are sort of not even interventions, but our construction of what school is. That initial question about what would it look like as a sanctuary, it's like some of that is making a difference. And so I think that's, to the positive check-ins, I'm hoping that that's sort of a ripple effect of that.
That's great.
And may I add on just really briefly, I really also appreciate this question as a clinician, and I think it's so important that both as clinicians and just adults, caring adults in this room, to have a strengths-focused approach makes a huge, huge difference. So again, just some granular examples as to how we're doing it at Cartwheel, as part of our formulation and our templates and our intake notes and treatment plans, they're all written in a strengths-focused way. And every student, when they graduate, it's not just what's not working, but kind of what are the skills that I've learned and what are the strengths that that child has. And that's shared only with parent consent, but with the parent and the school. So then the whole village can see not just areas of skill building, but what are areas of strengths that we want to celebrate. I think that's really, really a huge and tremendously important part. And then as we all know, part of the key things of our earlier identification is to try to help kids when they're earlier, so they're not at a -10 to a 0, but at a kid, I don't know what the number scale is, but that a kid at a 10 or a 15, right, can also learn new skills and do well. It's not just a deficit model, that it's more of a strengths model. So I just really appreciate you asking that question.
And if I can just
Yes, please.
one thing, what we hear from our leaders in my work, kind of doing the systemic SEL implementation work, is that the positive examples usually have to do with three things: identity, belonging, and agency. And so if we were to kind of look at what's underneath those positive check-ins, that's often what I see as being in an identity-affirming environment, feeling a sense of belonging, and also having some agency. And identity, belonging, and agency are also a foundation of mental health, well-being, and California's commitment to that Tier 1 social and emotional learning implementation.
Thank you, Mina. So many questions. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll do this.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Mark Sperry from Power Home Remodeling. My question is, and Perry, when you were showing those numbers, is we have these students that are spending 4+ hours on social media. And with the development of AI, like how as educators and in these school systems are the best practices to combat that? Because that is, as we all know, a large market for bullying and for little, like very strong aggressions when it comes to mental health.
Yeah. There's a whole social media section of the survey that is always fascinating, right? And we begin with like how much time and how much consumption is there, but we really do dive into like asking young people like, what do you think is positive about your interactions with social media, what's negative, right? And so what's interesting to me, maybe zooming out again, is that a lot of young people are pretty balanced about it. You don't have a lot of young people saying like, oh, it's all positive, there's nothing bad about social media, or the other way around saying, it's very negative and I don't want to be on it. It's a lot more nuanced than that, I think, for this generation. And so I think, one, I would say, it's gone to another level. AI will take it to a whole nother level for us. I know a lot of folks have seen the news out there around AI counseling for young people and the dangers and sort of tragedies around that. So I think that's a wide open field for us to start thinking about, but it's not going away. So I think this is partially like we have to, it's part of what we're gonna have to start dealing with any kind of revolution, right? I think also just that a couple of years ago, I remember how much like we argue about kids can't be on screen time, don't limit their games things, all this stuff. And I heard this thought leader speak saying, well, what if you lean into it and sort of transform that relationship with young people and say, they're gonna be online, they're gonna play games, they're gonna have screen time. How do I sort of take this in order to build relationships with my young people? And I actually tested it with my nephew because I was like, oh, what is Roblox? And we ended up in this thing where he was like, oh, let me teach you, and it just kind of shifted it rather than me saying, stop looking at your tablet or don't, play on the games. Hopefully that's not all we do, but I think like there has to be some moderated way that we're looking at this and not trying to be absolute about, yes or no.
Yeah, absolutely, Perry. And that's a great question that will connect to our panel at the very end today, talking about sort of narratives and media, both new media and traditional media, social media, that too. So great question and a preview there. We have time for one more question in this space. Oh, okay. Follow up later. Networking.
Okay. Hi, I'm Gabby from Thera Picasso. I think I might be the only person under the age of 25 in this room. So,
we got some hands.
Hey. So I'm really excited to be here, and I had a two-part question for everyone on the panel, but especially I would say Close Gap and Cartwheel, which is that, firstly, how do you guys, when you're creating these solutions, how do you involve youth leaders in it? Do you involve youth leaders, like youth advisory, anything like that? Because we can only know if solutions are working when we hear about both the positives and negatives of our technology on the students, right? Because I think digital solutions are amazing, but I do want to know more about if you hear from students on that, if they like the solutions, or if they feel that digital is dehumanizing. Could be going both ways. And then two-part question. So I'm a survivor of domestic violence, and so I wouldn't want my parents to know what I'm sharing, for example, on these platforms. So how do you account for that in your work? Thank you.
Thank you. Great question.
Yeah, I can hop in.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. I would say the domestic violence, thank you for sharing that. That is why we think that only 1% of student accounts have parents on them. While we want caregivers and families to be involved, we know that that's not always safe. And so we put guardrails in place, and we work very closely with our school partners to understand when parents should be involved and when they should not be involved. So thank you for bringing that up. Again, a very nuanced part of the work, but very, very important. And so we do have a student advisory council. We love them, they're the best. And we meet with them regularly, not only to go through, UX, UI, language, do you like these screens that we've made, but really, the product vision of the company. Does our product roadmap look right? Is this where you want us to go? Is this what's most useful and helpful to you? And getting to the digital wellness piece, building out these activities and these resources that young people actually want to use, right? They're not lame. They're not like adult-centered. They're like young person-centered. And building out, a digital wellness resource that's really strengths-based instead of, being too intense about what's taking place, really meeting young people where they are and building what they need. And you're right, that can only happen if young folks are involved.
And I think I can answer pretty briefly. I really appreciate your asking this question, and I think it flags, stating the obvious, flags a lot of very understandable concerns, especially when we think about the future and what role technology and AI is going to play in general in our world, but also as it pertains to mental health and youth mental health. My answer, though, would be very similar to Rachel's. One piece, though, is first, we're a virtual model. The care we provide is synchronous and with a live person. The portal is for making a referral, but the therapy is with a therapist live that you're meeting. There isn't a portal or a technology platform currently where our students are sharing information that could then be shared with a parent. Therapy is happening in the old-fashioned way, except it's through a Zoom screen. And so I think we don't yet have that concern. We don't yet have a plan to kind of shift over into an async model, I think precisely because of the concerns that you're raising. We want to make sure that we kind of that set systems a little bit maybe more tested and tried and true before we know. And then in terms of the second piece, we similarly have a student advisory board across the country that advises, and then maybe not students per se, but we have a really wonderful workforce across the country, both really senior clinicians who've worked for 20, 30 years in the field, and some new people who are just out of graduate school, amazing training ground. And our clinicians are also sharing with us, giving feedback to help inform the way we build a care delivery model that also suits the way that they provide care to best meet the needs of their patients. So we're getting good stakeholder input across the board.
Earlier this week, I was speaking to two school system leaders here in the Bay Area. One that serves a district that has about 16,000 students, another that serves a district right here in the Bay, about 10,000 students, various roles in central office, but both of them said very similar things to me. They said, we can do the tier 2 and tier 3 well. Right now we have the resources, but where we're falling short is that tier 1 universal social emotional learning instruction that really is about creating those conditions for belonging. And I was just wondering if we could have the 3 signature SEL practices slide up just as something to offer as a little takeaway for folks. It's just a simple way to think about how to start bringing some of these tier 1 practices into schools. I don't know if we have the slide.
I'm not sure. They're going to work on it. Can you speak to it while
I can
work on that?
I can
Okay.
totally speak to it because it goes along with sort of this, when we think about implementation, I often talk about implementation with fidelity and implementation with integrity, right? And ultimately we want to have both. And implementation with fidelity, when we're thinking about evidence-based practices, is where really implementing them as they should be. Sometimes in school-based settings, you have a curriculum and you're doing, lesson 1 consistently, and students across the school are having a similar experience. Now that implementation with integrity is really more of that kind of embodied practice, right? That sense of students really being seen and felt and heard. And so ultimately we want to have both. And these 3 practices came out of our work in Oakland, and they're really simple. We actually engaged in the first one, which is a welcoming inclusion activity or a welcoming ritual. So starting with connection, connecting inwardly, and then having an opportunity to also engage in some purposeful social interaction as well. And then engaging, and that's really anchoring the learning. And so there's a wonderful practice called 30-90-10, sort of related to that. So every 30 minutes, moving 90 seconds, 10 feet if possible. Just really recognizing our bodies were not designed to sit for such long periods of time. And then closing, ending in a way where we're reflecting on what we've learned and kind of looking ahead. And so those are the 3 signature SEL practices. And if you're curious and want to learn more about them, happy to share them with you. And kind of at their heart, there are really 2 key components. It's that individual kind of reflection and then that purposeful social interaction. So earlier we were talking about, what would it look like if a school was a sanctuary of belonging, right? And so I wanted to just mention a new exciting lab school that we're founding in San Diego County. It's one of the few schools in the United States that are named after a change maker with Asian identity. So how many people heard of Thich Nhat Hanh? A lot of folks in the room. For those of you that haven't heard of him, he was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and really is the greatest teacher of our time when it comes to mindfulness and really tending to our inner lives in service of that outer transformation our world needs and really cultivating that sense of belonging within. And so we're hoping to open the school next fall, 2026. And so if you're interested in learning more of what a school could look like that is that sanctuary, please come and talk to me during the little networking cocktail hour we have a little later. So I think with that, we might move into a bit of a close. And so, similarly to how we began, I'm going to just invite you to think about the past 75 minutes or so. May have seemed longer than 75 minutes, but just tuning inwards for a moment. You got here after lunch. You may have had a little food coma, but you had an opportunity to start off really reflecting on, what could this look like? We're all here in service of young people. So what could it look like if their needs were met? And then we had a chance to hear from folks in the field that are really engaged in different projects and initiatives to help advance youth mental health with a specific focus around our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander youth. And so what was something from that conversation that you want to hold on to that really struck you? When someone asks you, how is that Youth Mental Health Summit today? What's the one thing you're going to want to share? And in thinking about that, this is a bit of a call to action. But given your role, your context, your circle of influence, how might you really help young people and adults feel held in love and belonging? What is your next step? And I've learned to make things come alive. There's 2 things we have to do. Number 1, we got to breathe it in. So whatever came to you, just breathe that in, make it come alive in your body and being. And then I'm going to invite you to share again with that person next to you as sort of a bit of an accountability partner. What's your next step? What's the next thing you are going to do as a result of you being here today, and in particular, anything from the past 75 minutes. So whenever you're ready, just turning to the person next to you and just sharing. What's your next step? What are you going to do?
So thank you, Mina, for closing us out. And now we're actually going to all take a brief break before coming back together for a time of community reflection all collectively. All the different rooms will all reunite in this room, and we'll get to hear what happened in the other breakout sessions for a quick lightning round, a kind of response and share. And if anyone in this room would like to volunteer to kind of be part of that and share a takeaway from today, we would love to have you be part of that kind of quick lightning round share out. And then we'll wrap up with our final session for the day before our reception. So thank you again for your participation here. And if you're tuning into our live stream, thank you for joining us. Please check out TAF.org to learn more about our work and how you can be involved. So thanks, everyone. Thanks again. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a chance to meet someone new and flex your creative muscles or spark some fresh new ideas in the Breakthrough Lab that you were just in. As you're settling in, please scan this QR code to respond to some questions, and we're going to share your reflections later. As you're answering the questions, I'm going to tell you what's ahead for this afternoon. We have an amazing discussion about breaking stigmas through storytelling, which will be moderated by Gia Vang. You'll also hear about how you can get involved in an exciting movement about building belonging. But first, we are going to move into a time of community reflection now that we're all back together. So, for this Mentimeter, first, let's see how folks are feeling. We asked everyone to respond to a quick pulse check as they were coming back into this room, and let's see what this word cloud is showing us here. Oh, I'm seeing, this is great, hopeful, inspired, hope, joy. Ooh, enigmatic, that's mysterious. Let's see, curiosity, bubbles with tea, that's how they're feeling, that's great. That's great, joyful, gradual, buzzing. There's also some sadness, overwhelmed, okay. Eager and ambitious. So lots of feelings were sparked throughout the day. Maybe that's not exactly how you're feeling right now, but throughout the day, there's been a lot of conversation and a lot of feelings in response to those conversations. So I appreciate folks sharing, and we will share more of your responses later. If you had a little FOMO about what was happening in all the other rooms, wherever you are, don't worry. You're about to get a taste of it all. So we're going to do a little lightning round right now. Each Breakthrough Lab leader and a volunteer from each group is going to just share a quick hot take of the reflection from their activity. So let's kick things off with the lab that took place right here in this room, which was Scaling Youth Mental Health Support in Schools. So please welcome Meena Srinivasan and Gabby Wong, who is one of our participants, the founder and CEO of Therapicasso and a student at UC Berkeley. So go ahead, Meena, take it away.
Yeah, well, I'm going to invite my younger colleague to start us off. I'm so inspired by her.
Thank you. May I? So we shared a lot of amazing reflections within the breakout room. I would say that something that I learned was that there are so many organizations doing work to uplift youth in schools. Can we just give a round of applause for all the organizations in this room? And all our educators. Yeah. Amazing. So I learned that there are so many people who want to connect across intergenerational gaps, who want to bridge the gaps that are going on between teachers, counselors, and parents, all of which want to care for our students. So that was something that was a really key takeaway from our breakout session. I would also say something Meena said really struck with me, and I really want everyone in this room to hold on to that, which is education is the center of social change. Can we just give some snaps to that? That's a really poignant statement that I think Meena said. I want everyone in the room to be able to hear that, just because teaching emotional intelligence across levels is really important for all of us. So I really appreciate that being discussed in the breakout session. Now, passing it back to Meena.
Thank you, and I did not pay her to say that at all, I promise. I just want to echo what you brought up around bridging gaps, because it felt like every speaker was aiming to kind of fill a need and bridge a gap that we saw in the youth mental health space. And so that was a commonality. I think another thing that I wanted to lift up is just the appropriate balance between intervention and prevention, because we talked a lot about intervention, but I think one of the things that is really important to highlight is that we wouldn't have to engage in as much intervention if we engaged in prevention. So what does that look like to really create the conditions for belonging for all of our young people today?
Anything else, Miss April Yee? There were so many good things, but I do really appreciate that piece about mental wellness and well-being, that we kind of hear this term mental health and automatically think go negative or deficit-based, but actually we really do want to support that overall wholeness and wellness of our young people. So that was a great question from the audience and a response from our crew. So thank you, Mina. Thank you, Gabby.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Next up, we're going to hear from Cindy Liu and Jen Lee Smith, a film producer. So Cindy, your lab was healing through intergenerational conversation. So can you just share with us?
Yeah, so we had a wonderful breakout session. One of the things that we were able to do is to role play what it's like to be in the Boba Project. So we had folks play out characters as parent and as teenagers in having this conversation. And then the second half of our breakthrough, we actually showed video clips of our actual Boba participants and how those conversations unfold with children as young as 12 years old. And so I will have Jen go ahead and say a bit more about her impressions of the session.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Cindy. I think the facilitators could have chosen a number of ways to present this research study that was NIH funded. But this was a fantastic idea to make it an immersive kind of we felt like we were in this like immersive theater, as participants and observers. They asked for some volunteers to be parents and some to be teens, and there was there was a lot of laughter in our room.
That's good.
But yeah, I think just to nerd out a little bit, it was like a sample size of 800 individuals it's a longitudinal study over 3 years, and of East Asian biracial parents and teens that they're doing largely in the East Coast, and they after each kind of like we got to play out a couple of scenarios where a Korean child was asked by their teacher to give the teacher a Korean name, and the mother and child just had that conversation. And then another scenario, I believe, was regarding test taking, and as you can imagine, there's a lot of conversation that could be had, and in multiple ways. So,
Jen, can you share, kind of just what was your personal experience in that space?
Well, I have a lot of personal experiences about interacting with parents who aren't particularly emotionally regulated themselves. But beyond that, when you add race in a new country, a lot of shame, guilt, blaming might ensue. A parent, sometimes if they haven't done the processing themselves, would ask the child, well, what did you do to make this teacher ask you that question, right? And I think sprinkled throughout our time together were results from their study, right? So parents often, the beautiful parent volunteers in our room did advocate for their kids, but I guess so far the results of the study show that they don't. And these are first generation, Asian parents. They prefer to kind of pass, or as some sayings go, the tallest grass gets cut. So you want to just stay low and try to stay invisible, which is really interesting. It's a learning opportunity. And then, emotions, right? There were a lot of emotions that happened. My feeling about all this was there was a lot of, I think someone mentioned, a little bit of PTSD. Right, from some of these scenarios, like, oh, yes, that's exactly what my mother used to say to me. I moved to this country for you. Not super helpful to hear as a child because the burden and onus is on you.
Well, I hope that this space could be healing, in some way or moving towards that path. I mean, that was the goal of each of these sessions. So the process of the opportunity to kind of think about when we were children or when you were a child, but also maybe now as a parent as well. So that's really the goal of that space.
Is the goal.
To hear
as a child and then now as a parent of 3 children, I think I see this was very helpful and healing for me. For all of us, I think we all want to love and be loved. And I think I saw a lot of, parent-child connection and misconnections and missed attempts at love.
Okay.
So I'm just grateful for your research, and I hope it continues.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing, both of you. And then now we're going to hear about Will. So Will took some folks upstairs. They had the beautiful view of the bay to do sort of their reflective, expressive writing. And so, Will, can you come up and share one of the writing prompts that you had the group do? And then let's hear from Bing Wei, who's coming from Palo Alto's commission. Oh, okay, you're doing okay? All right, good. Impressive, out the steps with the crutch. Thank you. So yeah, could you share just, one of the prompts that you all did and Bing, your experience upstairs in that activity?
Yeah, hello everybody. I know the question was to share one prompt, but I'm just going to share all 3 prompts.
Okay, great,
because I want to share the whole recipe, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thankful for all the attendees of my workshop.
Yeah.
And everyone's really engaged, and I think everyone really understood what expressive writing is like through that experience. We were able to design a 3-session prompt for the workshop today. Typically, it's 30 minutes each writing session over consecutive weeks, but we were able to do 3 15-minute writing sessions all in the 75 minutes we had. So it was more intense and more complicated than usual, but everyone got through it okay, I think. The first prompt really focused on disconnection, and I asked people to write about times when they felt in their careers or in their personal life when they felt disconnected, either from their community or their values or even themselves. So it was a little bit of a heavier prompt, focusing more on negative emotions. And then the second prompt asked participants to think about kind of the silver linings despite these disconnections, right? What were some of the positive consequences that could have came out of the pain that they had to struggle through? And then the third and final prompt, I invited people to write a letter addressed to a person they may know who's from the younger generation, or it could be just anyone that they want to write to. And in this letter, we asked them to write any advice, any words of encouragement, their own lessons that they learned because of the struggles that they've gone through. And and Bing has wonderfully agreed to share some of her experiences.
Yeah, share your reflection from your experience upstairs, please. Thank you.
Thanks so much. My name is Bing Wei. I'm the Park and Rec Commissioner, Youth Liaison for Palo Alto, and really glad to be here. I really enjoyed all the 3 prompts, and it happened to be that I myself write since childhood and publish since 15. So I actually facilitate creative writing for youth in high schools, for especially after Asian hate, for writing for healing. So the whole process, and I'm coming to learn from Professor Chai how to do it better. And I was also asked to lead the same workshop for seniors. So I feel the first prompt actually reminds me something I want to write to an ex-colleague of mine. He's going through some difficulty. Our disconnect during time I left the organization was something brewing in my mind. So it's really kind of bit of a release to put it on the page, and also expressing without thinking grammar. That resonates for me. English is my second language. We were just having the conversation how you write without thinking too much of your structure. And the last one happened to be also writing a letter to my daughter who's transitioning to, college, etc. And it was almost writing to a younger self as well as younger generation. So both of all the 3 prompts, and I was also impressed the structure you made, Professor Tsai, was from one, rational, emotional, and to the end, almost like a wrap-up present to the younger generation. And I felt really complete. And the prompt you're giving is a lot more complex than I've ever given. So I took a while for me to think into how to express them, and also hearing from the same workshop, everybody feel it's kind of healing process, it's expressive process, and I encourage everybody, if you have the class, we will take your class. I'm really grateful to be there and really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. Yes. All right, and last one, I think we have Amy Grace Lamb, and we have Venice Gibson, is that right? Or Venice? Venice Gibson, thank you so much. Yes, please share.
Where's our collage group?
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Amy Grace Lamb, and I'm with Korean Community Center of the East Bay, and we're so grateful to TAF to allow us to have this session of using our hands to speak. It was really interesting this morning, so many people talking about silence and how hard it is to communicate, especially youth with their parents. And so this collaging activity is called Intuit Cards. And it's a way, an entry point for mental health conversations by going into your intuition, trusting your fingers, and also to really just go into the nonverbal process of what art can offer. And so what we did today is we put all these different magazine cutouts in the center of a circle table and invited folks to use their intuition to pick on the topic of what is joy, what brings you joy. And so folks had a that's like probably 5x7 card that they could use. Now, for those of you who've done vision boarding, this is completely different. So most of the time for vision boarding, we're here to manifest, right? You throw everything on there that you want to project and vision into the future. Intuit card process is the opposite. You're going inside. And you have to be really quiet and listen. And so the kind of rules for this is that you can only put like 2 to 4 images on a card. So you can't like smash it with 30 things of what you want to do. So you think about the topic of joy, and then you just start going off of your intuition. And one of the interesting conversations that Vanaisi and I had was, what is intuition? How does intuition look like for you? So Vanaisi is going to share about that. But after you do your card, that's only step 1. Step 2 is you do a pair share. And so Vanaisi might have her card, and I'm going to ask her some questions, which are like, what does the card have to say to you? What does your card have to say to you about joy? So the first process is you use your intuition, and the second one, you have to like interpret your own message. And that's what we call inner wisdom. And that's what's so beautiful about this process, especially for youth, is that we're asking them and inviting them to connect with their own wise self. And when we connect with our wise self, we can then understand, like, this is helpful for me, this is harmful for me, these are my own needs, this is what community means to me, this is what, my vision for the future is. And so we're trying to tap into that inner resilience, right, that's inside here from our intuition. So the last thing I'll share is that at the very end, we invited folks to put a mantra on a Post-it of what their card is saying to them, and then we put them up on the Post-it board. And folks were able to receive the mantra from the previous group that we ran. So this way, we keep building community and sharing that wisdom. So I'm going to turn it over to Vanaisi to share about her process and experience.
Thank you. Kind of like what Amy mentioned, a lot of it was the process. When I came in and I heard the prompt, for me, I'm an art student, so my immediate reaction was, okay, assignment, this is what you do, this is what it should look like, this is the aesthetic it should have. And then I was like, wait, no. The prompt was to find images that resonate with me and just speak to me. So I chose images that I felt like sparked joy for me. So I put pictures of chairs, I put a picture of a couple in the background, and I chose a picture of a pie. I put it all in one, and at first I didn't quite know what specifically brought all these things together and to evoke the emotion of joy. But then we got into the pair share, and I was like, wait, it's because, I find joy in the comfort of my own home. To be able to just go home and sit down and relax and not have to prove myself or hold different titles. I could just relax and spend time with family, gather around in furniture, enjoy my mom's pie. She makes a mean pie. But yeah, and just being able to express that and share with other people was such a great experience and made me realize and like what does bring me joy. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
I think the last thing that I want to share from our conversation is we talked a lot about how a lot of times, especially in the culture today, things are curated and you think you have to put something, right? Or like, well, what is this really supposed to look like? Or how should I cut it out? And the process of being like, no, anything is good because this is coming from your intuition, and just thinking like it doesn't have to be curated, doesn't have to be perfect, and really allowing yourself to be fully, authentically you.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Vanaisi. I forgot to say Vanaisi is one of our amazing TALA fellows, and so we're very grateful for her to be part of our inaugural cohort of TALA. So thank you, thank you. And thank you to all of our Breakthrough Lab facilitators and participants for engaging so deeply in this work. If you haven't finished your Mentimeter poll, we're gonna put that right back up. Please go back and share or answer our last questions about next steps.
We also have some time that we can do some community reflection from the audience.
Okay,
so
great.
we can run some mics out if you'd like to share what you learned from your last session.
Yeah, we'd love to hear. Awesome, thank you. If other folks could share what they learned. Yeah, I see a hand down here. Please introduce yourself to the group.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jace Marzan. So I was in the Scaling for Schools Mental Health. So I currently educator. I'm an elementary school counselor. I was a middle school counselor. And there was this one quote that really stood out for me. It was from Game of Thrones. I don't know Game of Thrones, so I might missay the quote. But the quote was, "We don't want to stop the wheel. We want to break it." And that one really resonated with me because I think about I think might be a wagon. I don't know Game of Thrones, but think about a car. Like, whose car are we in? Like I think about the systems that we are in. These pressures. We talk about pressures for ourselves, but where is that coming from? Like, being here, I did a lot of reflection this week, which has been good. So being here was perfect to end off the week. I felt like I had a lot of imposter syndrome, and coming here, I feel like I didn't have the imposter syndrome because of the reflection I did this week. But thinking about if I didn't do that reflection, I'd be like, oh, do I belong here? There's so many people with letters by their names. I'm like, but think about those systems, who are those systems benefiting? And with our youth today, they have, a lot of them feel like they need to fit in a system when really they need to build their own system. And I think about that breaking the wheel because they need to recreate their own wheel, even though people say, oh, don't recreate the wheel, but each generation is different and they all have their different needs. So that's just a piece of reflection that I have in working with you today.
Thank you so much for sharing. And you do belong here, so I'm so glad you shared. Thank you. Absolutely.
Oh, already. Hi, everyone. My name is Almarie Mata. I was born and raised San Francisco, but I was in class, and I came quite late to the third session of, I believe, the Healing Through Expressive Writing. So I was there for only 10 minutes, but what I did hear was profound, and the line that Dr. Tsai said was, rumination actually is people who ruminate have a better tendency to express themselves through writing. Mm. And why that resonates with me is because that is my story. Just a year ago, I was in the hospital. I was trying to kill myself. And 1 year later, I just launched a company today founded on my own creative writing and future content creation on the basis of embracing authenticity, humility, and just reality. So I'm thankful that, one, Dr. Tsai even said that line and how that resonated with me. And then two, how Dr. Amy Grace Lamb, how she ended her segment by saying that today culture is curated, but let yourself be fully authentically you because you live by your intuition. And so even just being here for an hour, I so many downloads.
Good. We're so glad you're here. Okay, all right, let's do two more. Anyone else want to share? Just what's on your heart, what's in your head? You have someone right there.
We'll have you next.
Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pise Finith. She, her pronouns from Korean Community Center of the East Bay. I feel like being here has been really inspiring, but attending the expressive art or expressive writing has been really healing. I have to say, growing up as a refugee, English is a second language, I had a lot of trauma when it comes to writing. the perfection, the bleeding on my paper in high school that I wasn't good enough, or even just saying like I write backward, all this criticism. I internalized so much, but being in that space and the message is you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to feel that pressure. Writing, it's about just reflection. It doesn't matter if it's grammatically wrong. So it was so cathartic. It was so healing. It was so freeing.
Wow.
So even that 15 minutes, I literally I felt like I needed a second page, except my arms and hands are hurting. So I'm like, I need to type. This is crazy.
And you have to do it by hand, right?
I have to do it by
That's part of the thing, right?
Yeah. And so it was definitely like, to me, like my inner child, my inner child was just sort of like crying at the same time, but just feeling like, wow, I actually like doing this. Because I always growing up hating writing because of my trauma. And I still feel traumatized. Like when someone asked me to write a report, I literally would sit for half an hour with writer's block. Like, what does that even mean? Where do I start? But just now, I think it even motivates me. Like, I have to start writing for 30 minutes for a week. I mean, in 30 minutes is such a short time. 1 week, it's like, I can do this.
Nice.
This is great. So I'm actually looking forward to it. So thank you, Dr. Tsai. So really inspiring.
Wow, that's wonderful. And you inspired me. That's really amazing. That's really amazing. Okay, one last one.
Hi, my name is Irene Zhang. I'm a teacher from Cupertino, one of the worst said to be district where children have a lot of stress. I looked at I want to thank Henry Chen, who is part of TAAF, who reminded me to come here, and he shared his registration with me. So shout out for Henry, who couldn't make it from New York. I had looked at the schedule. I wanted to go to all breakout sessions. One is intergenerational, because I had wanted to found an intergenerational group with the what's called OLI. It's a senior or senior heart university where we can have the seniors talk to the youth, in my idea, so that they can share their life experiences. The second one is the creative writing. I had encouraged many people of Chinese descent as well as immigrants to write about their personal stories so that they can fill in the history that was not covered before. And I started to do memoir writing with Sunnyvale Center. And the last one is where I end up with, which is the school, because I'm a teacher after all, and I see children with a lot of mental health issues. That's why I started a lot of advocacy with MHACC, which was a nonprofit in East Bay, and as well as, and lots of people here, I saw them. As also, I started a WeChat group, which was about 10 years ago now, which was probably the first that focused on advocacy on mental health. One point that I wanted to mention that gave me the most important, or the sort of gave me another shock, which was on average, kids take 11 years to get help after mental health symptoms start.
Yeah.
And so that it reflects multiple ways in terms of healthcare, lack of healthcare access, as well as stigma.
That's right.
So it just gives me a lot of hope that there are many things we can still do. So I'm really grateful that I'm able to be here in this space.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thanks for being here. Yeah, that was a very powerful statistic that we had. So I know there will be more reflections like this. We want to hear what you have to share. Please add them to this takeaway kind of QR code. We want to hear about your takeaways. We're going to share those back with all of you at the end of this event. But in the meantime, we'll move forward. Just one last thanks to all the facilitators today who not only led these interactive sessions, but I heard some FOMO, right, that you wish you had been able to go to the other ones. All of the facilitators have actually graciously created resources for all of you to take home. So we have hard copy versions, but they will also be on the registration website. So there are instructions for each of at least the healing sessions, the writing prompts, the creative collage, with also a Pinterest kind of digital collage tool for you to do it digitally if you don't have the materials. that we had today, as well as so the writing prompt, the collage, and the intergenerational role play, the prompts that you can do at home. So just huge thank you to our facilitators who not only did that in person, in real time, but also created the materials for everyone to have to take home with you. So just huge thanks to all of our facilitators. Yeah. All right, and up next, we are breaking stigmas through our stories, online, on screens, and everywhere. So please welcome anchor and reporter at NBC Bay Area and co-founder of the Very Asian Foundation, Gia Vang.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. Hi, everyone. How are we doing out here today? Let me hear from this crowd. Yes. See some familiar faces. Good to see you. How are we doing here in the center? Yes, I love it. Okay, I'm gonna go on this side now. Let's talk to you guys. How are we feeling over here? Oh, okay. One round for everyone. How's everyone feeling today? Yes. Who feels inspired? Yes. Who feels less alone? I love hearing that. We hope that we're going to do that for you with this next panel. We didn't save the best for last, but I sure do hope that you feel inspired, and I hope that you feel that these stories are really powerful as each of these individuals share their experiences and journey with us. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to take a seat. It is great to be here with all of you. This next conversation is one that is deeply important, deeply personal for so many of us. We know that youth mental health challenges are real and too often hidden beneath the surface. I heard some of you are educators out here, so you know that. And with public narratives often blaming the media for negatively impacting young people, well, TAF's research has found that more than half of AAPI teens, ages 14 to 17, say they actually turn to social media to learn about mental and emotional health. That's why today we are bringing together leading voices who are using storytelling through entertainment, through social media, and personal reflection to break stigma, spark dialogue, and create space for healing for the next generation. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. Nupur Agarwal, Vice President of Social Impact at Paramount, who leads the company's groundbreaking work in mental health representation on and off screen and is helping reimagine how media can shape culture and care. Welcome, Nupur.
Thank you.
And next we have Midori Francis, an acclaimed actor you've seen in Grey's Anatomy and Dash and Lily. Midori has been outspoken about the importance of representation, identity, and belonging, and the power of seeing ourselves reflected authentically in media. Welcome, Midori. We also have here with us today Ryan Alexander Holmes, an actor, creator, speaker whose humor, heart have built an online community that celebrates what it means to be unapologetically Asian, African American, and real, using storytelling to connect, uplift, and heal. Welcome, Ryan. And we also have Owen Pearson, a content creator and mental health advocate who has been a visible and vocal voice for the AAPI and LGBTQ+ communities, using his platform to transform pain into purpose and create community through honesty and hope. So please give a round of applause to this wonderful, esteemed panel. And before we get to each of your individual work, I just want to ask each of you to get to know you a little bit better. Let's talk about your childhood, okay? We're going to go there. What first made mental health feel personal to you? And Nupur, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I first just want to thank TAF for hosting this event. I have been working on mental health at Paramount for 18 years. And this is the first event I've been a part of focused on the AAPI community. So it's really meaningful, having worked in the space, to be in this space. For me, mental health was not a topic discussed really ever at home or in my community. I think there was just this subliminal message that you just pushed through, you figured things out, you didn't make a big fuss, put your head down, do your homework, that kind of thing. So it wasn't until college that I started to really understand the importance of talking about and acknowledging mental health. Oh my gosh, embarrassing
There's
graduation
a photo.
Yes. But I had a friend who was a couple years below me in college who was struggling with a lot of things, would often come to me for advice and support, and I tried to be there for her. And unfortunately, she ended up dying by suicide. And that was something that nobody had prepared me for because I never had a conversation about mental health, really ever. And that was kind of the turning point for me, where I realized how important it is that we start to talk about these topics, not only to take care of ourselves, but know how to be there for others who are struggling. And it really inspired my career working at Paramount, where we get to tell stories through our content that give young people who will hopefully not be in my shoes, but often are, tools and ideas for how to be there for others and support themselves. So I'm really happy we're having this conversation to help propel that forward.
Yeah, and it's so important. I mean, you're talking about the media too and the work that you do in media. So this is important because young people do look to media to see how they need to regulate their emotions, what situations look like in those instances. So thank you for your work. Okay, Midori, I'd like to ask you the question. What first made mental health personal to you?
I mean, apparently as a baby, all I did was scream, and like not a normal amount of screaming. So pretty much from birth, I was a very emotional child. I come from a very multicultural family, and that little girl right there is me. My mom is in recovery, so I spent a big part of my childhood watching that, and I would say that's the inception of like mental health and that work being done. So I was one of the kids in Al-Anon as she was in her AA meetings, watching a bunch of adults try and put their lives together. And there are so many positive things about that. Seeing my mom go through her journey and heal and fall down again and get back up. Interestingly enough, where the Asian America of it all intersects is I was very close with, and still am, my Japanese American side of the family. They really helped raise me. And there was absolutely a stigma and I think there's a word in Japanese, shikente, I forget what it is, but it's like the appearance, your appearance to society. And there's definitely, I had to hide that was happening from my Japanese side of the family because there was a sort of implicit feeling that they wouldn't understand.
Yeah.
And I remember at that age in Al-Anon, we all had to go around and say something happy and something crappy. And every week I would say something crappy, but I couldn't say it. I just would only say happy because that was my role and that was my mask. And that was really the inception point for me of everything, of my own mental health struggles, but also why I do what I do. Yeah. Because I found acting, theater, storytelling, this place where I could be crappy and I could explore those feelings, especially as a woman, and not have to smile. Yeah.
I love that. I love that. And I love that you've been able to find something that works for you too. I mean, our relationships with our parents are so critical to us and our informing our everyday being as we grow into adults. So we're excited to hear more about your story. Ryan, I'm going to get to you because Midori said something about appearances, and you talk a lot about that on your social media.
Yeah, I'm a Black and Asian, but Puerto Rican presenting. No one sees me as what I am, which is a very interesting experience growing up, and I think it's tied to like my mental health journey for sure. Like, Brené Brown talks a lot about like not trying to fit in and instead finding belonging. I think for me, a lot of my, you want to pick that up? A lot of my time was like spent trying to fit in, and by doing that, well, let me give you context. Like I grew up in a very Asian and white space where I was like the only Black. Well, I have a brother. He's also half Black. So together we made one Black person in this entire school district. And it was so interesting because you're like, again, fitting in and belonging. Like me and my brother tried so hard to fit in because there's no Black kids, right? We look Puerto Rican or Brazilian or Indian, whatever. And so like the majority of our time, we were trying to fit into a stereotype of what non-Black kids, non-Black peers at the time decided what we should be, right? Like my brother was a pro skateboarder. Like we skateboarded, but like that wasn't what Black people did to them. So like to me, I felt like tremendous pressure to like dress like a rapper or, you know, wear a do-rag. Yeah, I did. I don't know what I was doing though. But I think around that time was when my dad like really was like, okay, I need to tell this kid what like what humanity is in his blackness. You know, tell him about Maya Angelou and James Baldwin and Nikki Giovanni and, you know, Langston Hughes, and like give him an understanding of like what blackness is to him, for him. And so, yeah, that was the start of it. And then the Asian side, like I didn't come out as Asian until like,
you
until
describe it that way?
Yeah, I do. Because like no one thinks I'm Asian. So like until 2020.
Yeah.
And real quick, like I'm rambling right now. I'm rambling. I'm sorry, Owen. I didn't like talk about being Asian until that moment, until like the trauma of BLM and Stop Asian Hate coming together, and then, you know, my communities being at odds, and I felt like I needed to speak up about that, you know. And I at the time was like, I'm a real actor. I got an MFA. I got a master's in drama from USC. I'm not an influencer. I don't do that. But then I started to do it, and I did it in my way, and then I built this community that I never knew existed.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that community too. I want to get to Owen really quickly because, Owen, Ryan talked about this, but growing up feeling like you're the only person who looks like you in your communities. I mean, you and I talked about this back there. You grew up in the, yes, there you are. You grew up in the East Coast.
Yeah, so my mom is Japanese.
Yeah.
My dad is white American, grew up in California, and grew up in Northern Virginia. Very suburban area. I quickly learned that I was not the norm. When I would go to the grocery store with my mom, people would kind of give us weird looks and be like, you know, judging her, I could tell. But with my dad, they would like respect him and give him like the authority to talk and stuff. So I kind of early on saw that difference, and then quickly learned that I had to speak English and I had to fit in. In Northern Virginia, in context, I was the only Asian kid in elementary school, middle school for most of it. And I clearly remember in middle school, I was just trying to learn how to go in my locker because I didn't know. I was just nervous. I didn't know how to ask. I just had to know how to do it. And this one person gave me like this small like brown bag of a gift. And I was like, oh, thank you so much. And she said, yeah, this is so you can see better. It's like sunglasses for you. And it was actually like dental floss. And she was like, these are sunglasses for your eyes, right? And I was like, oof. I was like, okay.
And she learned that somewhere.
Yes,
Yeah.
she did. I'm like, oh, so people are learning these behaviors. So I quickly learned that if I want to keep up with the racism and discrimination happening around my life, I need to act faster. So I got my degree in psychology and education, bachelor's degree at George Mason University. I quickly learned that isolating myself was a lot easier than being active in social communities in school context. So I kind of gathered more where there were Asians in the community, which was my religious community. I grew up very heavily religious, also heavily closeted in that religion community because being gay, being queer was not accepted. And mental health was not accepted either. You know, we don't talk about these things on a
So many
global scale.
layers.
Oh,
after
so many
layer,
layers.
Yeah.
I could talk about those intersections all day, but to get to the main point is the intersections taught me that I need to be the voice I want to see in the world. So I kind of went into social media. I loved photography. I quickly loved just taking pictures and telling a story through photos because I could take a lot of nature photos and shots like that. And actually, recently, one of my highlights of this journey I've been on is the Japanese government has hired me the last few years to showcase hidden prefectures all over Japan. And they openly accept me as an openly gay man. And for Japan to do that is very hard, especially with the prime minister and everything happening there now. But to go from the only Asian kid in Virginia to being now a voice in Japanese government and my own platform in America has really helped me find my own identity again and not be just hiding behind this half-race, half-fu identity of being half Japanese and half white. It's like, no, I'm 100% Japanese, I'm 100% white, and both deserve to be recognized in me, not just because of my color, not because of how I look and talk. I think a lot of us, it's actually really inspiring to have so many people who are biracial and people here that, you know, we aren't the norm of what Asian looks like in this country. So I think it's going to be a powerful discussion.
Wow. I just am so moved by that, you know, you can go from a kid being so ashamed of all these different identities that you hold to something like, oh, I can go to Japan and I'm working with the country to really showcase what this country is all about. I want to talk to you, Ryan, too, about that because, I mean, you talked a little bit about it, but how do you understand, you know, who you were as a child, as Ryan was talking, or as Owen was talking about his own experiences in your mental health struggles? I mean, when you were a kid, did you understand, oh, this is not okay? I'm not feeling good about.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mental health. Yeah, when did that even become a thing that people actually talked about? Not when I was a kid. You met a mental health, that homework, you know? That's like what I had. I feel like mental health, I started taking it seriously, like around like 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I think around the time where we were all stuck in our homes and like had to actually reckon with what the world actually was and our place in it and the purposes that we wanted to have for ourselves. That's when I really had to like go within and really, deal with that. I think, again, like the trauma of BLM and Stop Asian Hate, especially being both Black and Asian and seeing like both your communities go through something, but then be at odds with each other when actually like what they're going through is very similar and it's under the same oppressive system, but they're fighting each other. I would during that time, I'd call my brother a lot because he was the only person that I could talk to about it. I didn't know any other Blasians. Now I know so many. But
I love your videos when you're like,
yeah.
you?
Yeah, you Blasian?
Like the Spider-Man meme. Yeah.
But he was like, hey man, like I love talking to you, but I have a full-time job and kids. Maybe you should tell this to somebody else. And actually he was like the impetus for me to start actually telling my story publicly. And this is attached to mental health too, is like I would have panic attacks just writing this stuff out or even thinking about sharing it.
Yeah.
And so that was something that I had to go through in order to express these stories. I did not expect like the community to come. I was just like, I just got some shit I want to say.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say it. And that because my brother encouraged me to. And he's probably tired of listening to me, but I want other people maybe to listen too. And I expected like a lot of people to just say racist things to me. But I felt like I just needed to say these things publicly. But what happened was like the opposite. It was like 95% support and like 5% people saying monkey and stuff like that. But like that's when the whole thing flipped for me because my first racist experiences were from my own people, Asian people. Mm-hmm. And it was very hard for me to detach that from my whole experience of the Asian community. Yes, I see myself as 100% Asian, 100% Black, but I could not separate those isolated experiences that I had as a child, being followed around.
Yeah, talk about some of those experiences that really informed how you then came into this role that you're currently in.
Yeah, I would get looks at grocery stores. I'd get followed around in grocery stores.
With your mom? With
my mom, they would like talk shit to my mom about this Black kid that they don't know that is her child. And they were speaking Chinese and I could understand what they were saying. Mm-hmm. And their minds would explode when this little Black kid would start speaking Chinese. They'd be like, oh shit. But yeah, I always felt separate.
Yeah.
And then, when I started sharing my story, I got to meet other mixed Asians and find that community, but also find community within the Asian community, which I thought actually wasn't possible. But now I know that the system sort of perpetuates that divide in your brain on purpose, right? And it was doing its job. And so like what I do now is like not only decolonize my own mind, but like help other people do that, but in a way that's not traumatic, in a way that's not like victim-y, in a way that's like about the joy and the humor of being who you are.
And sometimes that's the easiest way to open it up,
Yeah.
right? For people to invite people into this conversation. Midori, I want to get to you too, because you also have a similar experience in that you grew up feeling like an outcast, like nobody really looked like you where you grew up. So talk a little bit about your experiences and how they informed who you are today.
Yeah, I think that the way that I tell that story now is different than how I would tell it 5 years ago. Like as you know, how memories change as we get older and we look at them through our present day. Mm-hmm. And I think now I'm more interested in the aspects of that experience that are universal, in the sense that I think especially with mental health, especially with anything that makes you feel isolated and alone, there's your brain gives you this idea that it's only you. There's like a unique suffering that you think that is unique to you. So even like, oh, I'm the only non-white kid in my class. I'm the only Blasian. I'm the only little girl suffering from crippling anxiety. Whatever that is, and it compounds on itself and isolates you further and further. And the beautiful thing about getting outside of that internal world and like having the vitality of like outside experiences and connection and community is like no matter what it was, and no matter how bad it is, especially when you're young, it really does feel like only you are going through this. Only you are suffering from this. Only you have these bad thoughts. Only you are alone and weird and queer or whatever. And what you learn is like, you're so not unique. Yeah. It's actually, and what I will
That's
say,
humbling.
what I will say is where I am at now, as opposed to maybe when I first talked about that in the press 5 years ago. So I'm like, that is amazing. Yeah. That is just amazing. That no matter what I'm going through, no matter what I went through, no matter what dark thoughts go through my head, and I think that's really helpful for kids too. Mm-hmm. And what I will argue, pulling another intersection, the positive parts of social media, which is, I remember we had a home computer a little bit later than everybody else, and I went on it, and I went on this chat room, and I was like, being the only not white kid in my class, and I pulled up this chat room thing, and I was like, oh, there's like 100 people talking about this exact same thing, and they're all feeling alone, and they're all feeling super weird. Other people might feel like they could be gay too. And it just blew my mind, and I was suddenly inundated with this feeling of like, oh my God, there are so many other people out there who I have not met in all different places who are literally thinking my exact same thoughts. And actually, that was a very positive experience for me, this little kid on this computer. I was like, okay, I think everything's okay here. I think I'm all right.
Less alone.
And I want to say that when I look at social media, unfortunately, right, it's so addictive and dopamine cycles and all of that, but that impetus of connection and being like, oh, we're so similar, that corner of the internet is actually a really beautiful thing. And to be able to preserve that aspect of social media and to allow young people to have that and find that, I think is cool.
Yeah. I want to talk about what you just said.
Yeah.
Weird and queer.
Yeah.
Because Owen and Midori, you both openly talk about your identity as a queer person. And I want to read the statistic because it is staggering and really heartbreaking. 40% of AAPI LGBTQ plus youth have seriously considered suicide in the past year. And it's 50% for trans and non-binary youth. So just think about that. I mean, that is heartbreaking. The heartbreaking crisis of belonging, really. So both of you have really been open about your identity, mental health. What do you think? I mean, Midori, you talked a little bit about it, but seeing these little pockets of the corner, knowing that you're not alone, but is there anything else that you would say would make a difference for AAPI queer youth?
Well, these statistics, to put it so, it's a superficial thing, but they bum me out in such a deep way because I like to think that we're so past this. And what I'd say is, I love my family and I like to think of them all as open-minded. I was still, despite that support, so terrified to share this with my family. In fact, my grandparents, who I'm very close to, are now 96 and 95. And my plan was I was just going to wait till they died. And I was like, all right, because then grandma in my 20s, when are you going to find a husband? I'm like, oh, dear God, we're going to. So I was just like, I'm just going to wait till they die, and then I will live my truth. And they keep living, and that's great, and that's great. But I do remember a big moment in my life, which is my grandma. I'm named after her, Grandma Midori. She has been such an impactful presence in my life. Made all my sandwiches, has been there for me unconditionally. And I just kind of had this moment where I knew she would not be happy. I mean, I'm the firstborn granddaughter. I'm the ray of sunshine. I was carrying the golden thing. And I was just like, you know what? She has done so much for me. She has earned my love. I want to give her the opportunity to reject me. This was about maybe like 8 years ago. I was like, let her make that decision. Let me not make that for her. And I have to say, it was tough for me. And my mom has stickers of LGBTQ up before I came out, and it was hard for her. It doesn't make any sense, but it was hard for me. I didn't want to be in another category of differences. I didn't want to be looked at. I didn't want to have to disappoint my family. So I guess what's heartbreaking is that's me, and I feel like I have a rather supportive family and an open-minded family, and everything's okay. So I look at these statistics, and it does break my heart, because I do think that we should be further along. And the last thing I'll say is, if anybody ever has a kid, grandkid, nephew, niece who comes out as queer, as trans, one of the things that a lot of people say with kids is like, oh, I just don't want their life to be hard. I just don't want them to have a hard life. And what I always say is, well, actually, you're the first, you have their world, and you just made it hard by even bringing that in the room. So you have the opportunity when they tell you that to be their first reaction, and they really only care about what you think at first. So by you saying, oh, I just don't want you to have a hard life, guess what? You just concocted that by making it hard. So I would say the more normal you can make it, and the most non-issue of a thing you can make it, the better. Because you have that opportunity to create their world and to make it. Who cares what's going on out there? What's happening inside this home? And when you tell me that, what am I going to do for you? What is our world going to be? What is my feedback going to be? Because that's what matters most to these kids.
I think that's really important advice. Owen, I'd like you to chime in on this as well.
No, I really love what Midori said, because it gives the spectrum now. Like, I'm really happy that your family was accepting, but my family was the complete opposite. Both my parents, I don't blame them for a lot now, because I'm older. I feel like Midori said, like, we go through years of change and conversation of how we perceive our own story and tell our story. And I think that's the beauty of storytelling. But if you look at these statistics, like, me and almost most of my best friends and chosen family are part of that percentage. You know, I grew up thinking I would never make 30, I would never make 20. I didn't want to, because it meant disappointing my parents, it meant living a lie, it meant not being myself, and it was taxing. It brought so much anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideations and thoughts, and I didn't know where to turn. The only friend I really had growing up was my best friend, and I came out to her in middle school, and like she had to like kind of hold that burden of holding that story and narration for me, and we've gone through years of friendship afterwards, but I think really the narration that, you know, you have to come out is such a big polarizing topic, and it's a big moment for a lot of us queer people, queer kids specifically. It's something they think about a lot, and it's because they want to make their parents proud and happy. And how you have those conversations daily at home affect your kids so much. Because I would see my dad making jokes about gay people. I would see my mom telling everyone like, oh, Owen's gonna marry like the most beautiful wife and have so many kids because he's so good with kids, because I love kids, and it makes me happy to be like around kids more than like adults. They have such like hope and absorb all the love. So looking at the statistic, like for me, like it makes sense to me because of my upbringing. So to prove to my parents and to myself, I really just buried that down below. I didn't think about it. I just focused on my education. I focused on my community. I focused on all the work ethics to build the platform I have now. And it's funny to me now, but I got to work. There's actually a lot of nonprofits and organizations like the Trevor Project, GLAAD, Human Rights Campaign. There's a lot of organizations that really support the LGBT community. And then to backtrack a little bit to Stop Asian Hate that we were talking about, you know, TAF actually was like a big part of why I really got to speak up on this volume of the intersections of AAPI and LGBT. Because Eric Toda and Norman, they saw my video, and it was actually the first Instagram guide. When they had guides back then, they got rid of them. But my face was one of the first faces in that guide where Instagram and Meta spoke up, talking about the incidences of Stop Asian Hate. And I just felt this big inspiration to talk about it. So I just put my camera on. I talked like I usually do, but about this topic, about how these Asian people died and got murdered. And I was like, can't happen again. And when I put that video out there, I didn't expect it to go viral as it did. And then for Instagram to use that video on their guide. But when that happened, I gained 50, 100,000 followers, and then also gained threats and negative comments more than I ever got in my life. And it was so polarizing of love and hate. It made me like cancel and numb it all out and go back to that child of like thinking like, oh, I'm disappointing everyone. Like, I can't make everyone happy. Everyone's mad at me. It was a lot of interesting things that my therapist and me had to talk through. And in that moment, I realized like, oh, like, you're never gonna please everyone. All you can do is focus on yourself and your story. And I did that, and it really helped build my career to a moment where I actually got to work with an organization in New York, and I got to be on a billboard in Times Square, which sounds crazy, I know. But it was my face, and the message was happiness is for everyone, because I wanted it to be a universal message, because I know a lot of people are scared about the word gay, or they fear that word connecting to their kid or their story. But I think it's just the societal conversations we have, it's the communications we have, right? Like, there's these statistics, but how many of these people on these statistics do you actually know in your real life? And how many of these people do you see in media? I know I didn't see that in media, so I was like, if I'm not gonna see it, I'm gonna be it. So when I got that billboard, like it felt a lot of emotions for me, but the only thing that really mattered to me actually was, it was the first time in my whole life that my dad went on his own Facebook with all his church friends, all his aunts and uncles, everyone, and he posted my photo on the billboard on his Facebook page, posted it, and he's like, I'm so proud of my son.
That still matters to us, no matter how old we are. Yeah.
But now I joke, I'm like, it took a freaking billboard
in
to get my dad to tell me he's proud of me.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I get it. And he's not even the Asian one. So.
Well,
yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about what you're also talking about, because you're talking about social media. Both you and Ryan have built these really incredible social media community around who you are and your identities. And I know that some people look at social media and they go, okay, it also amplifies pressure, comparison, hate. So how do you both turn your digital connections into real connection when you actually see someone standing in front of you in real life?
I say, hey, you want to make a Blasian video? I think when we first started in COVID, it was all about, like, it was new to us. Making any friends and building this community online felt like a new thing, I think. But like, as time went on, you realize like, oh, I need the human element. I need the human connection. And so it's interesting how my priority changed to like actually collabing with people it sounds kind of stupid, but like in person, physically, being able to talk to them. I don't know.
No, I think so too. I think the more you label it or put a face to it, and then find community, it's so important. Like, I would reach out more. I would like find that I would connect more to half Asian people. It wasn't necessarily because they were half Japanese or half whatever. It just, they knew the intersections of having two parents, teaching them different parenting structures in the household. They didn't fit into either one of the categories. So that kind of narration kind of helped me not have to explain myself so much to them and just like exist with them. And it felt like such an exhale moment.
And you build that community by speaking out, right? But you didn't know that was going to exist. You created that on your own.
Right.
I think, in certain senses, we're pioneers creating a community that has never existed. And so like, I feel like I'm creating something new all the time, which is like why I had the panic attacks when I first started. But now it's so exhilarating for me because every experience is a new experience. And I know that there's gonna be something to talk about if we're both half Asian, anywhere in the world, Like I said, I know so many Blasians and they just hit me up and like, we'll be hanging out in Hong Kong or we'll be hanging out in Taiwan. And I'll be like, no way my ass, when I was a little kid, being followed around in 99 Ranch, would I think that I'd be hanging out with another Blasian in Asia, So social media isn't all bad, It isn't all good. But I think it's in how you use it. It's totally in how you use it. And we spoke about this earlier, just like the amount of hate that I got when I first got viral. And I used to focus on it. And I actually had a meeting with my team, and they're like, you're not doing so hot, Ryan. You're in an irritable mood all the time, Because I was like making these funny videos about crazy racist things that people would say to me. But like I was focusing my energy on that racism. Was not focusing my energy on creating community or finding, building the community or talking about the joy and the humor of what it's like to be me or to be, Blasian or mixed Asian or just Black. Like none of that. It was all like, how can I make the world laugh at this racist person? But at the same time, I'm spreading that. I'm spreading that racism and showing people like these people exist in a certain way that like kind of populates that message more. So I don't do that anymore. Sometimes I give in, but only if it's funny.
But it is a tricky balance.
But I
Yeah,
know
it's
I know where the emphasis should be now.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Well, I want to bring in Newport too, because I know Ryan and Owen are both talking about the positives of social media.
Mhm.
And I know you have some research to share about how young people can really use these platforms, and then also in ways to really protect their mental health. And it would lift them up rather than tear them down. So talk a little bit about these statistics that we're seeing.
Yeah, so this research is from a study that we co-funded with Pivotal Ventures and Sergo Health. It's called the Youth Mental Health Tracker, and it's a comprehensive look at how young people are doing today. And one of the findings kind of reiterates what we've been hearing on the stage, that there are these positive benefits, particularly if you're from an underrepresented community, like being able to find connections with people online that maybe don't live in your physical community is super valuable. And from this, we kind of take away two things working in the entertainment media space. I think one is the importance of depicting the positive sides as much as we depict the negative sides. I think there's often a tendency, you want to show the dramatic, apocalyptic scenario, and it's what gets eyeballs, and that's, what you often see in the news and whatnot. But there's also everything you just heard on stage about connection, finding community, feeling less alone. We need to tell more of those stories too. And so one thing that we've been doing as part of our work and this initiative that we helped spearhead called the Mental Health Storytelling Initiative is encouraging creators of content, TV writers and showrunners, to show a different narrative so that people can see modeled a more positive way of using social media. And I don't know if anybody is also a child of the 80s and 90s, but just to give a quick analog, like when I was growing up, I learned a lot about American culture and issues from TV. I have immigrant parents, and a lot of what I learned was from 80 sitcoms. And there was, if you recall the designated driver moments in TV shows where somebody on Cheers would offer to drive the car, or people wearing seatbelts. Those were very intentional messages planted in our popular media to normalize things that were healthy behaviors. Same goes for social media. Why can't we see how people can set boundaries around their social media usage and use it in ways that are supportive to their mental health rather than detracting? Because a lot of it is about creating models for multiple generations on how we can all live with this technology, because it is here to stay. Yeah. And the other piece of it is giving resources to people. I mean, I'm always in awe of the people like you who create content and put your personal stories and life out there, and then you receive a lot, you talked about some of the pushback, the hate. So one of the things we built in the past year was with the JED Foundation, a mental health organization. It's called the Digital Storytelling Guide, and it's a resource for people who create content online to both take care of their own mental health, because, it's unprecedented, the amount of viewers you all have. Like, if you grew up 20 years ago, you weren't receiving this kind of feedback on everything that you did in your life. It's intense, and there's no roadmap for it. So the idea is to give folks who are online creating content, which is a lot of young people today, some tools. How do you share your story and then protect yourself at the same time? And then also for creators who want to talk about mental health, there's a huge opportunity to leverage these incredible, influential creators to reach their peers and tell stories about mental health that are going to have a positive impact, connect their fans to resources. So, I see all the harms, the negative narratives have a lot of validity, but there's also so much opportunity, and I think we need to lean into that more.
Yeah. One thing I pinged when you were talking was talking about more nuanced stories, and I know that, Midori, on your Grey's Anatomy character, you had a storyline that really hit a lot of viewers at home. On grief, mental health after the loss of your character's sister. So I want to know what it was like to really bring such a personal and heavy topic onto screen. Did that take a toll on your mental health?
Going back to that little girl there and what I said about really my desire to be an actor and to make art, for me, I actually find it really freeing and helpful to express myself. when I was much younger and like 22, and I would go do a play and put myself through all this trauma, I think I thought, oh, I can just do that and go out the door and get a drink and then blah, blah. It doesn't affect me. It's just a job. And as I've gotten older, I've learned that the body doesn't necessarily always know the difference. So having little rituals, taking care of yourself is very important. That storyline was powerful. There was a background actor on set that day, and she didn't tell me until afterwards, but she came up to me afterwards, and she had just recently lost her brother. There were tears, but she was happy to see the depth of her grief portrayed.
Yeah.
And anything short of that, I think, would have felt like a shortcoming.
Yeah.
So that's the power of art and why it's important. People, our lives are so hard and so beautiful and so complicated, and we don't always have time in our day-to-day lives to process our emotions, and to be able to see it is really cathartic, and I love being a small part of that. And going back to the Asian American experience, my father, the only time I've seen him cry is watching a movie. The only time, one little tear.
Yeah.
And I clocked that as a kid, of like, wow, this might be the only time you ever cry is watching a movie. That's crazy.
But that's the power of
but
art.
Thank God that there is a movie for him to go through those things.
Yeah.
And then I remember Grandpa Morimi. We watched. We were seeing my aunt perform in an opera, and I similarly saw him so moved by something, by the way, that I didn't quite feel the same way about. Kind of went over my head, quite frankly. But he was so moved, and similarly, I just thought that is the power of art.
Yeah.
And especially in different cultures where we're not always right. I love you is not at the tip of our tongue. We look through. We find other ways to express I love you. We find we don't lead with our pain, and so it's awesome to have these third-party channels of expression.
There is a because Grey's Anatomy has been on for
very long time,
20 plus years, seasons, and there's an episode where I know there are my Hmong sisters in here somewhere because I saw their faces, but there was a storyline about a Hmong family, and they had to come do a traditional ritual at the hospital, and it was like wildfire in terms of how it spread in the Hmong community. Like, oh my gosh, our story is being reflected in mainstream media. And so it is powerful. It is powerful.
And people roll their eyes at that a little these days. I think representation, as if we're just trying to get jobs. But it really does have an impact. I mean, you look at the Cam and Mitch kiss on Modern Family. I mean, there are evidence-based studies on how much it moves the needle seeing these things. And then talk about Grey's Anatomy. I mean, we have Sandra Oh, who I think just, especially at a time in the early 2000s, right? Who really portrayed the model minority. This like very smart, cutthroat doctor who took no nonsense and was only out for herself. And then over the course of 10 seasons, my God, did she just break that stereotype apart because she was a main character. So I really believe in the importance of representation.
Well, I think that's perfect talking to Newport about this too, because from a studio, social impact perspective, how well is traditional media and entertainment really meeting this moment right now when it comes to AAPI, youth, and mental health?
Well, I'll start by saying there's so much room to continue to grow. For us, where we started to really lean in was, we had been doing mental health work for decades, activating young people around mental health. But then we started to see in our shows, so we have, all these shows on MTV and Showtime and Comedy Central, all of our brands. When there would be a mental health storyline, the response we'd get from the audience on social would be things like, I watched that episode and it made me call my mom for the first time and talk about mental health. Or we'd hear from men. I never talked to my guy friends before about how I'm feeling, but I saw this storyline about guys talking and it made me talk to my best friends. And that was kind of a light bulb moment where these campaigns were having huge impact, but there was a huge opportunity within the content itself to be more intentional, to ensure we were telling more of those stories and doing it informed by expert guidance. So In 2021, we kicked off what is called the Mental Health Storytelling Initiative, and we actually brought together our competitor sets. So we reached out to Disney, Amazon, NBC, and we usually don't do a lot of stuff with those folks because we're all competing, and asked them if they wanted to be a part of this as an industry to really tell more of these stories, especially about underrepresented communities. And it was incredible to see that everyone was seeing the same thing in their own content, that this content was meaningful, it was resonating, it was having an impact. So we came together. The coalition is now 70 partners strong, including many of the major mental health nonprofits. And we did a research study with USC that came out last year to see how much of an impact it's having. And we were honestly shocked to see within such a short amount of time a 40% increase in scripts talking about mental health, a 15% reduction in derogatory language surrounding mental health. And on measures of knowledge, attitude, and behaviors like help seeking for the audience of shows that included mental health themes, they were up in a statistically significant manner on all counts. The Norman Lear Center at USC that did the study said that is the first time they've seen that quick of a change happen around an issue area they've studied. So there is so much opportunity if we lean into these media platforms where people of all ages are receiving messages about this topic. But I will say, there's still a huge way to go, especially when we talk about the AAPI community. There is not, unfortunately, enough representation, period. And then when you specifically talk about mental health in the AAPI community, you could probably count the examples, unfortunately, on one hand. So that's something we're hoping to continue to do. The Storytelling Initiative's now an independent nonprofit and is working with studios across the board to really try to enable more of this type of storytelling.
Wow, those are really, impressive statistics just to see the shift. You talked a little bit about it, but let's talk about, in our last couple of minutes, moving forward. How do you all see, and I'm going to ask each of you individually, the next generation of young people really reshaping this conversation around mental health? What role can storytelling across both traditional and social media play in helping them feel seen, helping them feel supported and empowered? And I'm going to start from the end, Ryan, or actually Owen, with you, and then Ryan.
Seeing those statistics gives me hope, and hearing everyone's story, I think. And just being in this room, I feel like all of us, we come from different mental health or spaces where we are representing our brands, our businesses, right? And I think about that too, like in my own space as doing full-time influencer marketing for the last 8-9 years. A lot of times there's tokenism, right? And a lot of times kids often feel like isolation or alone. I felt that too in this industry as an adult. It's like I'm often the only Asian person on this campaign or the only queer person on this campaign, and they're like, check, we did the due diligence, like we got 10%. It's like, no, like it shouldn't just be this small, minute percentage. We need more of us, and I think that's going to help spark more conversations for youth to, especially Asian American youth and Asian youth in general, to feel more representation and more confidence in their representation. Like even me saying I'm Japanese American, not just Asian American, like that helped me get the brand deals in Japan and be more recognized in my own space. And a lot of times until we go back to our home countries or our motherland or fatherland, we don't really know what we're representing either. And I feel like if we don't see the representation, it's never gonna happen. And that's why a lot of us feel like stepped into this industry. We didn't see it happening for us growing up. And I think a lot of kids, this generation is very woke, they're very alert. They've absorbed so much content on a daily level that I cannot even fathom being an adolescent because I didn't get a phone until I was 16 years old, So it's such a different generation, and I think all of us in this industry of leadership positions need to recognize our own power and authority in storytelling and know that, are we also standing up for our own cultures? Are we standing up for our friends and families in this space too? Because oftentimes after a campaign, they'll ask me oh, do you have any comments or thoughts? And I was like, oh, well, it'd be nice if we saw more representation, not just on Southeast Asians, but other Asian communities too, or Hawaiian communities or Filipino. There's so many spaces that need more representation, and I'm happy that I'm getting represented, but I know I'm such a small part of the bigger picture, and I want all of us to get a piece of the pie, So
I hear that. Ryan, to you.
Yeah, I hate to admit it, but I'm learning a lot from Gen Z. They talk about feelings. I can't even imagine talking about feelings at that age. And they're very in touch with it. So I do think the future is very bright. I think something that Gen Z has too is that like they're growing up in a world, that is, has social media, but it's like very connected. And I didn't have that. My world was so insular, and I didn't know the outside world. And I feel like they help me sort of, I feel very safe in the communities that I build. But what I want to do is like to reach out to communities that I'm not a part of. And I feel like they're very good at that because they see the world as way more interconnected. For me, I'm like, I find safeties within the bubbles and I'll create different bubbles. And then I'll bring those bubbles together. But what about the whole world outside of that? I can't create so many bubbles until the whole world is a bubble. I gotta like reach out to other people, and I think.
Where do those bubbles overlap?
Yeah, Gen Z really has that on lock, and they have slang that I'm still trying to understand.
What he said.
Let's ask a Gen Z. Yes. Talk a little bit about what you think, Midori.
Truly what he said. As much as I learned from my elders, I learned from the actors I'm on set with who are just 10 years younger than me. Talk about destigmatizing of mental health. I don't know when this happened, but it's incredible. Suddenly everyone's just leading with their diagnoses. And I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. This is, not only is this destigmatized, but this is social currency now that we're all mentally ill. Okay. And I think that's amazing and so much better than the alternative. And in terms of where I hope they take us, I do think that we're going to need a revolt soon in terms of like putting our phones down. And maybe that this will be the generation that takes us there. I mean, there are so much great things, but for myself, even knowing I was coming here yesterday, I put my phone down and I just went walking and was near trees and near water and taking in the world around me, because I know that there is no mental health without that. And I just do hope and pray that the young people somehow take us back there, because they are the future. So
I understand that. I always say sometimes that you have to disconnect to reconnect, right?
Yeah,
so I think that's part of it. Newport, I'm going to give you the last word on this.
Yeah, I mean, gosh,
generation.
I want to echo a lot of this. Having worked in the space for nearly 2 decades, it is so different now. It used to be like, let's get awareness for mental health. And now it's like, how do we direct the awareness towards positive action? And I think that's where telling the stories like the ones you've told on the stage of young people using different tools to support their mental health, to build connections, to build community is so important. And your example of like putting your phone down and going for a walk, it's like, can we see more of that modeled in real life? Also, if you're a parent, are you modeling it for your kids? Honestly, I'm not doing a great job sometimes myself. But really getting to see some of those positive stories, those healthy tools, and making that more of the dialogue than just the fear and the nervousness and anxiety that we rightfully have around mental health, but giving people more of a vision for what a positive future could look like.
With that, I'd like you to give a round of applause to this amazing panel. Honestly, thank you. Owen, Ryan, Midori, Newport. I mean, each of you sharing your individual stories, really, I hope some of you in the audience were able to take something away from this, because there was a lot. So thank you. And now to bring it full circle, I would like to invite Joy Mo, Head of Communications and Marketing at Taft, to stage to bring it full circle while we exit the stage. She's going to talk about Taft's powerful Asian Plus American campaign. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everybody. TAF was founded on a commitment to amplifying AAPI voices like the ones you just heard. An integral part of our mission is to lift up stories for us and by us to spark meaningful conversation. As TAF enters its 5th year, we wanted to build a platform to celebrate our stories and our true identities beyond AAPI Heritage Month. In July, we launched a national campaign, Asian Plus American, that has encouraged a much-needed conversation all around the country. We worked alongside the team at Wieden & Kennedy, who interviewed Asian Americans, 1st generation to 5th generation, and across all ethnicities to hear their experiences. One person said, "One day after school, I found my son's curry in the garbage. I asked, 'What is this?' He told me the kids at school said it smelled weird. That's when we realized we needed to stop packing him Indian food to help him fit in. For a moment, think about it. What have you given up? And how has this pressure affected your own mental health? Let's take a moment to reflect. When you see Asian-American, what do you see? The hyphen is just an analogy, a symbol that there was once a space, a gap, a roadblock that divides one part of our identity from the other. What we're doing is we're reframing and we're recentering us. So instead of a hyphen, why not add a vertical stroke? It becomes a plus sign, Asian plus American. We're reclaiming our identity by celebrating a more is better attitude of being both Asian and American. Our identities are not either or, they are both and. We were never meant to split ourselves in two to fit in. We were meant to bring all of who we are. While we were creating this campaign, we also found something else that was interesting. In the conversations, one truth rose to the top. In the wake of the rise in anti-Asian hate in 2020, Asian American communities were galvanized into action, and what followed is a powerful cultural awakening. A new wave of pride is taking root, one that fully embraces the richness of being Asian and American. And this is the insight. Our campaign is a declaration that Asian Americans don't have to choose between identities. We can belong fully, powerfully, and proudly as both. We want to ignite a movement that inspires every Asian American to reclaim their true selves. Alongside Wyden and Kennedy, we worked with AAPI creatives, which included photographer Jing-Yu Lin's beautiful portraits, which you see now, and a film directed by Academy Award-nominated director Sean Wong, who was also an inaugural fellow of the Sundance Institute and Taft Foundation Fellowship. The film was narrated by the one and only Sandra Oh. Take a look at our campaign video.
Emma. Case.
It's Kaisei.
Too Asian. Not Asian enough. Too American. Not American enough. But why bend and break to fit in a box that was never big enough to hold us? Manga-loving skaters. Kanto drifters. Brown eyes and freckle-faced. Henna and high tops. First in a generation. First in our family. First of many firsts. Our complexity is our superpower. We're not caught between two worlds. We're creating a new one.
It has truly been an honor to see how much the campaign has resonated with AAPI voices across the country. People like Lucy Liu, Her, Jeremy Lin, Margaret Cho, Jewels, and others have shared their personal Asian plus American stories. And in the first month of the campaign, over 1 million of you watched this video. At the core of Asian plus American is the personal narrative. And without your stories, I truly believe this campaign would have no power. Join us in sharing your story. Someone out there will hear your words and feel less alone in their own journey. We ask that you share our Asian plus American campaign with your organizations and communities, because together our voices can help build a stronger and more connected world. Follow us at TAF.org on IG to watch more of these Asian plus American stories and tag us with your own. Thank you.
Wow, what an incredible day. I hope you've enjoyed this experience. I get choked up watching that video every time, and today I felt very emotional, as I'm sure many of you, in these incredible panels. Our speakers with so much expertise sharing their personal stories, very personal stories. And thank you all for participating in the breakout sessions, the breakthrough sessions, to share your personal experiences as well. I hope you felt the power and the potential that we all have together. I want to thank especially the speakers and the panelists and all of you who've taken the time to come to our event here for AAPI Youth. So big round of applause for the speakers and the panelists. I really want to thank our staff and the Commonwealth Club for all the work they did to curate a Pretty sophisticated program, as you can tell. A lot of moving parts here today. And for Gia for pitching in last minute as well. So thank you to our staff and team for pulling off an incredible event. TAF is committed to supporting the community, our younger generation, in multiple ways. Number one is working, besides the research, on bullying. We know bullying is a major issue. According to the CDC, bullying is an adverse childhood experience that can lead to depression, anxiety, self-harm, and even death. There was a case recently of a 5-year-old boy in Virginia that was bullied, which was terrible. And so trying to find solutions to address bullying is really important. That's why we're working with a group called Act to Change. It's the only Asian American national organization focused on bullying to help and empower and support AAPI students. Another way we're addressing youth mental health, we talked about multiple times today, is TALA, our thriving AANHPI Leadership Accelerator. And we got to hear from one of our inaugural TAF fellows today, TALA fellows today. TALA is aimed at supporting economic mobility and holistic well-being for students who are often the first in their families to go to college. This program provides students with mentorship, culturally relevant workshops, mental health resources, and opportunities to grow personally and professionally. Our second TALA session is actually going to be tomorrow in San Francisco with our 50 kids here in the Bay Area. Somehow we're going to squeeze that in between this and our next event. But we're really excited about that. And the discussion for this session is going to be about family histories, understanding your personal histories and how they go back and how they connect to your identity. So really excited about that. So this is a little bit about what TAF is working on. We'd like to hear from you what you're committing to do going forward to support the mental health and well-being of AANHPI youth. So you'll see here some of the results from the survey that you've been answering during the day. The answers are collaborate, continue learning, amplify awareness, support an organization, and stay connected. And you'll see that there's a lot of interest across all these different areas. We really look forward to you following up. We'll help facilitate that process so that we can really take care of our community. As we work towards supporting our young people, it's important to remember the importance of self-care. Because like they say on an aircraft, you need to put on your own oxygen mask before helping others. So I urge you to find that thing that brings you joy or peace, whether it's creative writing, collage making, basketball, fishing, baking, or something else. Please pursue those passions. Along these lines, I'd like to mention another event that we touched upon taking place tomorrow afternoon right here in San Francisco that is focused on inner healing and self-care. TAF is proud to be partnering again with Creating Space for their workshop tomorrow called Tending to the Child Within, an intergenerational mental health gathering that will explore how childhood experiences shape who we are today. It's going to take place at the Asian Art Museum from 1 to 4 p.m. tomorrow. And I know they're already pretty packed in terms of registrants, but if you're interested, please check out their website. It's called Creating Space again. Please join us in transforming how we talk about mental health, because while today's summit is focused on youth mental health, we know we also need to work towards healing within the larger AANHPI community. Let's remember that we're all in this together. Please draw on the connections that you made here today and help spark more attention and more action for our AAPI youth. Thank you so much for being a part of this historic day. As a final next step, let's all head upstairs to the rooftop for our reception and a very Asian American thing, a group photo. See you upstairs.